Hello. Happy Friday. We are back in the Skyblock today. Last week, we upgraded this whole setup, so we do have our new furnaces going here. Oh, something died. That should never happen. I guess I don't have an ender inhibitor anywhere here. So, like, in theory, depending on the enderman that spawns, they might be able to juke themselves out. That would be bad. Oh, and this is full again, which means we're just dumping items on the ground. Can shields go in the thingy? Yes, although... Okay, so that's fine. This needs another capacity card, and then I can add shields. That'll clear out some of the... Instant. Love it. That'll clear out some of the nonsense that's in here. A lot of this, I just don't know how to get rid of, unfortunately. I should also pull out the gems. Like, there's a gem holder thing that we could pull out from here. Because, yeah, otherwise this is getting pretty... Can the turtle shells get broken down? Yeah, they can. All right, that one too. I guess bows and crossbows as well, maybe? Hey, Starfighter. Happy Pre-Catter Day to you as well. Good to see you. Okay. That doesn't solve the problem of whatever critter got out of here. It's probably just an enderman. And do we have... What does it take to make it? Oh, yeah, that's easy. There we go. Inhibits teleportation up to 8 blocks away. Yeah, I should have set that up a long time ago. Done. Ender inhibitor. All right, so what I want to start with today is the mystical agriculture setup. I'm not happy about starting with the mystical agriculture setup, but that's what we're starting with. This is slow. I don't... Especially for the nicer, the higher end plants. Like, if I can find... I mean, the nether stars are growing reasonably quickly, but not, like, as quickly as I would like. And I also have issues... I'm having issues keeping up with dirt and nether production. The dirt and the nether essence all get used up here for the stuff that gets fed into sieving. We make sand from dirt seeds, and we make soul sand from dirt and nether seeds. So I want to see if I could figure out how to make this faster. I think for one thing, everything should be on, like, Insanium farmland instead of... instead of just dirt. And I know mystical agriculture gives me some other stuff. But the big thing that we probably need to do is get, like, all of the growth accelerators set up. With Insanium farmland for all the seeds. And I'm kind of hoping that that is sufficient for what we need. If that is sufficient for what we need, like, if that is 45 mystical agriculture growth accelerators better than what we've got going on with a boosted growth accelerator? I don't actually know. I was trying to Google this and check the Reddit and the wiki. The A2 growth accelerators are apparently really good. I just don't know if the MA, like, if the whole stack of mystical agriculture growth accelerators is better. Ultimately, we're not going to need them forever. And maybe the answer is to just leave it be for now. I do need to run dust and sand and soul sand for various inputs that I can't make gears for, and they really are the best things that I can hook up right now. Eventually, we can get, like, infinity cells with sand and stuff in them. And actually, once we can make the cobblestone sand, getting a sand cell and a dust cell isn't that much, like, further along. Other than needing vibranium and unobtainium, which we don't need for the cobblestone cell. But yeah, making these requires a bunch of fire essence, which is why I was thinking about, because I need the sand for the glass, for the quartz glass, for all of the AE2 stuff. So this is why I was thinking about, can we get MA to work even better? We do also have mystical fertilizer, but I'd have to change out, I think, how I'm running this if I wanted to try to have fertilizer for everything. They are running so fast, though. Alright, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna collect all my seeds up. Some of these we might not even need to be running anymore, depending on what they are. I'm gonna get, like, the full checkerboard for this built out, not with normal dirt, but with Insanium farmland in every spot. And then we can scale up fire essence and dirt essence and nether essence as we need them, alongside everything else. And if this isn't keeping up, then we can look at... I mean, the other thing we could do is we could just slow down our consumption at this end, right? These are running 64 items in 80 ticks, we could quarter or half the speed of these to have a much lower demand on the dirt and the fire and the nether essence as well. But like if we're trying to pull, oops, I did not mean to double click that. If we're trying to pull through a stack of soul sand per tick, that is half a stack of nether essence and 4 fire essence per tick for the soul sand. And then the sand itself, we're pulling 2 stacks through because one gets turned to dust. So that's 8 dirt essence and 8 fire essence. So we need like 8 dirt essence a tick, 12 fire essence a tick, and 32 nether essence a tick. That's a lot. And you can see that we are not making nether essence that quickly. Think we're going to need more ticks. Yeah. Well, that's what the tick accelerators are for, but yeah. All right, I'm going to rip up all the plants. I'm going to rip up all my farmland. I should upgrade this shovel. Well, it's probably easier to do it from here, isn't it? Let's just netherite smithing template and aluminium smithing template. Let's upgrade our shovel to aluminium. Give me a netherite, please. I should probably buffer some amount of netherite ingots. We don't buffer them right now. We just make them on demand. I don't know why I clicked on that bed instead of the smithing table. There we go. Unbreakable shovel. And all of this can come apart for now. Yeah, we're gonna disable the whole thing for now. I probably also want to switch to digital storage for the seeds and essences. For now, we can leave it. You know what? Side quest. Yeah, this is easy. I am far too many hours into this to not have a magnet. Unfortunately, with these extended molecular assemblers, the pattern providers don't... I can't shift-click patterns into the system anymore. It's very sad. But at any rate, magnet... goes in a charm slot. Boop. Oh, good. I'm glad we're picking up chicken eggs. That's my favorite part of having a magnet. Is that everything? That is everything. Okay. We've got some essence and a bunch of seeds, some of which we care about, some of which we probably don't. I do already have a bunch of nether seeds and some extra fire and dirt seeds, and they're not enough. This nether thing, I need to make sure I grab and then not fall out of the world. All right, so there is the system such as it is. It can support more like spots, so I do want to just expand it out to full size. Insanium farmland wise, I think it's going to be like 40 for every square. Ooh, we are missing... Oh, of course we're missing Inferium Essence because it's all in here. Let me hook this back up. Now if I say I want Insanium farmland, we still don't have enough to do all of it. We'll start with like half of it then. I'm also going to need a bunch of growth accelerators, because the farmland is going to come out to what? 1, 2, 3, 4. Which means the growth accelerators will come out to a radius of 5 in total. Yeah, that'll be a normal growth accelerator. That'll be normal. That'll be a fast one. That'll be a fast one. Zipping through the Prudentium essence as fast as it can. Oh, I need more Master Infusion crystals. It can't run these in parallel. Ooh, yeah, let's cancel that. Can I craft up? No. Well, maybe, but... I have a Supremium crystal. Let's upgrade that. What do I need? I need Insanium Essence. Okay. Make me 4 Insanium Essence, please. That is going to take a while. Once I have 2 Master Infusion Crystals, it runs twice as fast. We can run like 16 parallels with our current crafting computers, but obviously we need the Master Infusion Crystals in order for that to actually happen. Even having 2 of them would be nice, but more would be better. We do have 3 Insanium farmland. So let's start with the thing we're definitely going to need. We're definitely going to need Inferium seeds to run. Thank you. Oh, I need to hook up the... These ones should all be able to run off of their resonance generators. The big ones really can't. I could stop trying to run this off of resonance generators and just have the whole grid be powered. I don't know if it matters. I think the resonance generators are fine for one of these accelerators. And then what are the other things that we definitely need running in the system? We definitely need dye seeds. Which seem to be very slow, even with all of these growth accelerators. Oh, I have another Supremium crystal. Cool. So let's make 4 more. I might have to double check how my patterns are set up to use the Master Infusion Crystal. Or did I just not? Yeah, well, I'll let that run. Do I need the stone seeds? Is that... Maybe, well... I need them all, eventually. Ultimately, we need them all. So... Doesn't really matter. We will plug them all in. I'm trying to be a little more deliberate with my layout, especially so that when I want to do, like... a whole bunch of dirt seeds, a whole bunch of fire seeds, and a whole bunch of nether seeds, we can actually get those sort of next to each other. Yeah, this will move through the higher tier ones more quickly now. But it's not running things in parallel. And it should be able to now that we have more than one Master Infusion Crystal. I might just have to mess with how that's being done. Or maybe I just need to passive the higher tier stuff. Because, yeah, we do have 2 Master Infusion Crystals. Now 3. So, in theory... yeah, and I don't have a recipe for the Master Infusion Crystal, right? That's... like, if I take all of these out, and then I want to do Insanium, it's going to be like, no. Yeah, missing crystal. So, like, yeah, but it won't take more than one. Interesting. This is just AE being bad and stupid. Alright. Well, unfortunately... we're just going to have to let that run slowly then. Right. growth accelerators. What do I need? How many more do I need, and where are they going? Let me get some kind of stone. That'll work. And a different kind. That'll work. So that is a regular growth accelerator. That is a big one. That is a big one. Here, it's got to be another big one here. Regular here. I guess it doesn't matter. Regular here. Big one here. Regular here. Regular here. Regular here. Regular, fancy, fancy, regular. Fancy. Regular, regular, regular? Yeah. Regular. Fancy, regular. Fancy, regular, regular, regular. Regular, regular, fancy. And that should look symmetric. And it does. Obviously, we're missing some of the growth accelerators. Like, the thing is not fully built right now. But it looks like we need 10 of the high-end ones. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, lost track already. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18? And that also means we need 18... God, what are they called? I always forget what these are. Crystal resonance generators. We have 12. We need 6 more. Cool. And then normal. And a normal one here. And here. Those ones were both those ones were in place on that side, but missing on that side, which is what confused me initially when I was going through trying to do this. Ah. And here, and here, and then this one goes here. Oh, did I miss a whole row? No. I've got enough stuff for another row. Okay, good. One here. One here. One here. Nope. This is just no. Where'd he go? I don't think I killed him. Well, he lives for now. Are wandering traders the worst thing ever added to Minecraft? Maybe. Maybe. Cool. So now I just have to get power routed to all of the more powerful growth accelerators. And I also am going to change some of this. Oh, oh right, because I just disconnected the darn thing again. Just throw some fire essence in the system. It'll figure itself out. And then we just got to go out to the last ones. Okay, yeah, this is fine. Is that the whole thing? That is the whole thing powered. Excellent. So now we can hook it up once again. And that should be all of the growth accelerators fully powered. So now I just have to get the farmland in and get the rest of the seeds back in place. Which is, you know, easier said than done, but... Oh no, I broke one. 8. What do we got? Wood, stone, deep slate, nether star, solium. Everything else is stuff that I want to be doing in larger quantities, and I was going to do those in the sort of outer rows. So that might just mean that we have... It's really only a few things that it seemed like I was running short of. Oh, one of these is nether stars, isn't it? That I just planted. And that's never gonna work. This one. Okay. Well, I say never gonna work. It'll work eventually. Well, we will make it work. I just have to get the nether crux back underneath it. Okay. So that's everything in kind of like the center working fine. We're going to run... I'll put the nether stuff out here for now. Since I have 5 of them. So, what was the number again? Soul sand. We need 32 to make 64 soul sand. And we use 64 every 80 ticks, which is 4 seconds. Okay. So we need to be making 8 nether essence a second to keep up, I think. Are we making 8 a second? No. Not even close. Okay. So yeah, this is, I think for now, what I'm gonna do. And I do need a little more Insanium farmland. I don't know if we can make it right now. Oh wait, I can throw that in there at least. I'll get our fire and our dirt seeds planted again as well. I'll start them on this side. Yeah, we'll start them on this side. It's really too bad that this won't take more than one Master Infusion Crystal, because that would really make my life easier. Maybe one of the more advanced AE crafters with schmancy custom algorithms can do it. For now, what I'm going to do to try to manage our input is we're only going to run these with 1 card. And like, yes. That is going to slow down our resource generation on those things. But again, ultimately, we want to move away from mystical agriculture for generating the things that we sift, and we want to move to the infinity cells. So, like, I don't want to invest too much time into this. If I can get it to a point where, like, things are functional, then I'll be happy. Yeah, it does look like even at... Well, it's buffering right now. It's going to buffer. because of the way I have this set up, it's going to want to fill this with, stacks. So once these are filled, then the system should stabilize. And the question is, are we anywhere near to being a stable consumption of... I think we're still going down on nether essence. But, like, not super fast. So... we need some... Oh, I've used up all of my inferium. All right. I mean, it's fine if we run out of nether essence. I'm more concerned about running out of dirt and fire essence and the impact that that's going to have on my ability to do other crafts that rely on sand and stuff than I am about the nether essence, like, specifically. And those ones do seem to be doing okay. Fire might be dropping just a little bit. Dirt seems okay. What was the soul sand recipe? Yeah, it is fire in the middle. Okay. So I might need one more fire seed. I think dirt is okay, and then if we end up nether essence limited, then, like, so be it. Can I do just one of these? I can. I would much rather not screw around with this too much and just move on to the next tiers where we have the infinity cells, right? That is the right answer to this problem. Want to hold on to the clipboard. I also need to hold on to my time in a bottle. Every time that gets stuck in there is time that we're not accumulating. I'm pretty sure I have to be holding it for it to work. Fortunately, we do have lots of fire seeds. Oh, we could make a seed reprocessor. That's an option. At least for the fire seeds, we make enough fire seeds. I don't know about the nether seeds. All right, one more should be enough on fire seeds. I just want to see that number going up. So we're at like 1640 right now on fire seeds. I will check on those in a little bit. So I'm going to say those are done. Speed upgrade for ice production. Okay, yeah, that is a thing that we need to do because we're not making blue ice fast enough to keep all of these full of dry ice. We're sitting at really not quite full, and I would like them all to be full. So this is running on an improved machine core, which gives it doesn't say. It just says it can have more. How do I see how many connections this is allowed to have? Add-ons? No add-ons connected. I know that. How many add-ons can you have? Machine quality. Here we go. Current quality 3. Okay. So I need a... I need 3 speed add-ons, which is gonna probably stink. And then I also need... There's like an add-on connector thingy. I just don't know what it's called. This thing. The add-on extender. So, we might have to get into Oratech a little further to make those things possible. But let's just start seeing what we can do. Starting with getting the speed add-on encoded. Yeah, it's like you have nothing encoded. Alright, any reinforced plating is apparently acceptable. And it shows copper by default, and you know what? I think that's fine. Magnetic coils are nickel and steel. That is fine. Should turn off substitutions for all of these. And we need plastic sheets from Oratech. And that is going to be annoying. The other option is Duraplast sheets. Oh, from Immersive Engineering. Okay, yeah, no. We might have to just check the quest book and get enough of Oratech going so that we're up to plastic, I think is going to be the way to go. Does this have plastic as like a... I was hoping I would see plastic sheets in the quest book somewhere. We do eventually need to get into Oratech properly, because we do need the Manhattan module for the star. But I wasn't really planning on... Yeah. I wasn't really planning to try to get deep into Oratech, but I think we're going to have to. All right. That's fine. So the Oratech plastic sheet comes from blasting or smelting polymer resin. Polymer resin comes from... a centrifuge with biodiesel or biofuel and sand, or naphtha and sand. Biodiesel. Sorry, it's not called biodiesel. The Oratech biofuel comes from water and biomass in a centrifuge. Biomass comes from pulverizing lots of things. I'm assuming this packed wheat is the best one because it's an Oratech specific recipe, although maybe not. All right. This isn't too hard to set up. It's just more than I was planning on setting up right now, but it's going to be necessary eventually anyway to be deeper into Oratech, so be it. Let's give ourselves some space to work, and I don't need this anymore. This was a failed experiment, so we can go ahead and use this spot. The crafting patterns we'll deal with later. All right. So, if we want to get plastic sheets, we're working from... Yeah, I mean, everything here is just blasting in some capacity. Oh, except for this. Mineral slurry. Oh. Is raw biopolymer an easier recipe? Yeah, it is. Okay, let's just do this. This is way easier to set up quickly and easily and passively. Okay. Unless molten plastic is easy, but it doesn't seem like it. So I think we want to do a fluid separator, or sorry, a centrifuge that I can feed with water, because that's easy. That'll turn the raw biopolymer into plastic sheets. Raw biopolymer we get from packed wheat, and then packed wheat will just feed in with a crafting card, and we'll just have to set up a little bit of wheat that feeds into the AE2 system. I'm fine with that. It should be really easy to set up, you know, a little bit of farmland, a couple of growth accelerators, and have wheat in AE2. No problems there. So that means that I need a couple of Oratech centrifuges. It looks like we can do those. I mean, obviously we need more things encoded, but apparently I never encoded bottles. That's hilarious. And the motors we need to make. Coils I have here already. Oh, that's the wrong centrifuge pattern. I want to do this one. Okay. And all of these are just crafting patterns, so they can go right into the pig. Now, if I say I want 2 of these, does it know what to do? It sure does. Why are we making enriched iron? Oh, because that's our process to steel. Yeah. So 2 centrifuges. Spin doctor. One, 2 centrifuges before you. Da 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 da. That was the Spin Doctors, right? That song? Anyway. Sorry, I had a millennial moment there. It has been an hour since I started, which means Twitch wants to run an ad break. I'm going to go ahead and let Twitch do its ad break, and then we will figure out getting these centrifuges plumbed up and getting our plastic going. Hopefully that won't be too much hassle now that I found the right recipe to use. I'll see everybody in just a couple of minutes, and we'll get this wrapped up real quickly then. Welcome back, everybody. So these are going to need machine cores, right? Is that not how the centrifuge wants its machine core? Am I... Oh, I can't. Do these ones need their machine core underneath them? Is that the issue? No. Are they 3 tall? Oh, right. You have to right-click them. Sorry. And actually, we want to... I will put these 2 apart. There we go. I need to bring in a subnet here. Which is gonna come where? I've really got this hooked up in a funny way. Let's grab... I've been using light blue for all of my... Ooh, we don't have... I really need to hook this up automatically. Every time I make a bunch of cable, I have to come up here. There's no reason that I have to be doing this. I just have not bothered to make it a thing. Now I've got cable. So the light blue cables are what I use for my channel transportation subnet. For everyone that watched last week, you know that I redid everything. So we've got a peer-to-peer subnet running from the main ME controller. Let me just show how this is set up. So we've got the main ME controller now, the pig brain. I only have it halfway actually finished. I got distracted, and honestly, I have more than enough channels. Every face of the brain is hooked up to an ME peer-to-peer tunnel, and then each of those takes 32 channels and basically compresses 32 channels into one channel. So those all come down these pink cables into this ME computer, which has far fewer channels. And then we could take each of these dense cables, light blue, on this subnet, and I can pull up to 32 peer-to-peers off of it. What is there? What is this? Oh, this was the bee squasher. Oh, yeah, I don't need this. This was temporary. So when we pull the cable out, I can hook up. I can pull this really as far as I want. And then if I grab a small light blue, that was not a small light blue, Brennan. A small light blue and a ME peer-to-peer. And a memory card, the advanced memory card. We can put this ME peer-to-peer here. Before binding the selected peer-to-peer, selected peer-to-peer becomes the output and the other one becomes the input. But this isn't seeing all of the other... Oh, here we go. That's because I missed a connection. Excuse me. Well, that seems bad. I'm gonna just hop out of the world and hop back in here. This is taking an awfully long time. All right. Well, we're back in now. Okay. Now, as I was saying... No? Are there some other cables that got missed? Oh, yeah. There's another one that didn't connect. Weird. All right. Are we actually connected now? All the way down? Yeah, there we go. So I'm going to call this one Oratech out. And then I just need to find one of the unnamed ones. And all the ones that are unnamed are up at the top and are not currently used. So this one, Oratech in bind. And there we go. This guy is now exposes 32 peer-to-peer channels, and I just have to choose a color. Let's go with green here. Why not? Now we have 32 channels to do what we need to do. So, first step, we need to be bringing in what? Water and this stuff, packed wheat. So that is an export bus. We're going to need a crafting card for the packed wheat. Export water, export packed wheat. I need to set up the recipe for the packed wheat and get our wheat input, obviously. But and then we can get this hooked up, and it should at least start exporting water. Maybe not. Oh, does this need a add-on to be able to work with fluids? Isn't that a thing with some Oratech stuff? Ooh, free speed add-on. Yeah, fluid add-on. Allows additions of fluids to the centrifuge. Oratech, why are you like this? You know what? We did just get a free speed add-on from the quest book, which might be all that we need to be able to keep up with production of ice. Yeah, that's not useful in any way. I do want to unlock it, though. That way it is generic. All right, let's go into the system and let's get a new bulk cell for one thing. And a new compression card. Okay, we have some of those. Let's move ice production into the system. I don't know how long this is actually going to take to make a bulk cell. They're not cheap. They should be able to do a lot of stuff in parallel, but like circuit crafting really can't be. Yeah, once it's done with the fancy stuff, it is fine. All right, so yeah, compression card, and you are gonna bring in ice, just regular ice. And you're only going to go as far as blue ice. We have a lot of dedicated bulk cells. Everything that I make passively, I have in bulk cells because I don't want anything to overflow into the rest of the system. So we have a lot of bulk cells, even if we don't necessarily have millions and millions of items in them. Yet. Yeah, the sulfur we're just pulling through as fast as we can produce it, for example. Anyway, with that ice in there, let's find ourselves some ME capacity. Actually, I should pull this over to where the rest of the Oratech stuff is. Because we have ME over here, obviously. Nope. There. All right. Import-export bus. Set to export water. Did the previous... Oh, I was doing this with a sync before. Interesting. Let's grab some acceleration cards. Can't hurt. This gets a speed add-on, wherever the speed add-on ended up. And then it needs power. All right, it's running at 133 ticks with a base of 200, so it is a little bit faster. I would like to have more speed add-ons, which means we need to keep pushing into Oratech. Okay, I need a fluid add-on for the centrifuge. That's going to take carbon fiber strands, electrum ingots, silicon we make. Electrum, I'm hoping we can make an electrum dust from gold and silver. We can. So, electrum dust. Oh, sorry, pattern encoding. Silver dust we need to do in mechanism. Let's go get that set up over here in the crusher. Let's see. Silver dust. Whoops. There we go. 64 at a time. Oh, except for... Well, that's just the way obsidian dust works, right? Obsidian dust, like, naturally goes to 4? Yeah, that's fine. And then we need another pattern for electrum ingots in a blast furnace. Correct. This one will also, I think, get multiplied by 64. Is that what I'm doing down here for blasting patterns as well? Yes. Oh, wrong one. Shoot. There we go. And then the dust pattern is just a crafting pattern, so that can come up here into any of these machines. All right, that's Electrum. I probably don't have, like, silver happening in any reasonable quantity, do I? I have no silver ore. How am I supposed to get silver? Probably something I need to sift that I've never been sifting, which I'm not excited about. All right, raw silver. Silver ore, no. Yeah, here we go. Silver ore chunk. From sieving gravel. Oh, no. All right. Well, this is my own darn fault, but turns out I do, in fact, need... What do we have for infinite cells so far? Just water. Can I make the infinity cobble cell yet? Do I have the things I need for this? I need fire essence. Okay, you know what? Let's go turn off upstairs sieving, because this is sucking down a lot of my fire essence for sand. And we'll be able to get an infinity cobblestone cell. And then we can sieve gravel again, which I'm annoyed at. I had a chest of random stuff from gravel output, and I just literally threw it off the side of the base because I didn't want it clogging up my ME system. So guess what? We now do not have... don't have silver, turns out. How are we doing on... We're only using about half of our types. And this is all for stuff that we don't have, theoretically don't have passived. So... what is the thing called that... There's a thing that, like, schedules crafting jobs, and it might be under extended AE or advanced AE. But there's a thing that schedules crafting jobs for you to, like, keep things in stock. None of those. I had one, but I don't think it made it back into my setup after I refactored everything. ME pattern encoding, pattern access, crafting, energy acceptor. That's the storage controller, which is hooked up to the system. That's an I/O port. Yeah, I don't see the whatever the stock keeper thing was called. We will have exactly one of them. Not that that is particularly meaningful. I also don't remember if it was terminal shaped or block. Nope, that's a formation plane. That's an annihilation plane. Import buses. Storage buses. Well, I can't find it now. I had a couple of things that I had set up in it before that I obviously no longer have. Missing 1,300. How are we using up more of that now that I turned off the system upstairs? What I really should do is get the thing that lets me... Sorry, I'm all over the place today. What does a seed reprocessor look like? We can make this. I don't know if this is going to work with ones that are damaged, so I'm going to disable substitutions, and we're going to force it to craft new ones. Now, we can make a reprocessor. Done. And a... the heck's it called? Pattern provider. And let's go see about getting this set up. I may as well do it right over here, huh? We have channels for it, right? Yeah, we're only using one. So we can set this up right here. Seed reprocessor. It's going to need a flux point, which I do have. Excellent. And if we give that a pattern for, I mean, let's say fire seeds here. Now if I try to craft that, like, stone cell, it should be able to be like, oh, we can make that all from the seeds. Yeah, it's like, we'll turn 600 of those fire seeds into more essence. And then I hit start. And now I need to see... Well, okay, this is doing a bunch of other stuff before it even gets to trying to do that conversion for me. It has 16 parallels, but still. Yeah, we have to wait until this has fire essence, like, actively crafting. I might have to put a little subnet on this, is all, just to, like, transfer from the seed reprocessor back out to the... I don't know if this will auto-output out of its bottom. We did get a quest for that, though. Is the harvester better than the harvester pylon that I've been using? Probably not. Oh, this was also on my list of things to do. I want to set up separate circuit slicers for every pattern and separate crystal assemblers for every circuit type. Because we've got 6 circuit type. Am I missing? Oh, I must have already moved one of them over. Yeah. Yeah, I moved the printed silicon to its own so that that can always run in parallel with everything else. But that is only the beginning. We need the rest of the... Every circuit should be able to run in parallel. And that way, when we're running big jobs, like the calculation processors and the logic processors can't run in parallel right now because they're running on the same assembler and the same slicer. Yeah, this craft is going to take a long time for this infinity cobble cell. But once I have this, we could... I don't know if I want to make... So here's the question. Like, yes... Well, actually, ooh, we can do sand and dust from cobble once I have this, instead of making them from... Yeah. I wonder if there's a good recipe for it. Okay, it can go in the mech crusher. Gravel to sand, and presumably in a mech crusher... Cobble to gravel. Yeah, okay. And then, I guess also gravel to dust, but... Although we really don't need to do that. Like, up here, we can do... I can just add more hoojadoojis, flux hammers, right? So that we're bringing in cobble to gravel to sand to dust, rather than relying on creating sand directly. I think my magnet is occasionally yoinking things that should be coming from, should be in here. I don't know where else they'd be coming from, where else mobs would be spawning. Yeah, only another 10,000 printed logic circuits to go before we have our first infinity cobblestone cell. Is that hiding in this quest? No. That's going to be in the AE2 one somewhere. Also, maybe no. Apparently, I never... Lol, it wanted me to make a 1K cell. Okay. That's funny. Probably same with fluid storage. Oh no, that one was okay with a... Well, I might not actually have any ME fluid storage, so... Oh, the Infinity Cobblestone cell just straight up isn't a quest. That's funny. Okay. Well, fine. Be that way. All right. Well, I see very little ice in the system. Which probably means that it's all getting turned into dry ice, which is fine because, like, we do ultimately need to catch up on our dry ice. The question is whether or not that one speed card is enough. Well, maybe not. Yeah, still making printed logic circuits. This is ridiculous. And I'm waiting for this. Normally I would be happy to let this run in the background, but like I'm waiting for this to fail. Cause I need to see it actually put stuff into this and figure out if I need to subnet it or what. Almost certainly I do. All right, well, while we're waiting for that, let's double check our crafting here. Yeah, sand is only made, and gravel is also made from essence. I'm not making cobblestone? Okay. Yeah, we have all the cobblestone for the compressed ones. I don't think I have a... Do I have a cell formatted for cobblestone? It would be in here if I did make one. Hi, Ranged. Sorry, I don't think I said hi to you. I was... Alright, I don't. And that's fine. We're not going to have one dedicated to cobble. I think it's fine to leave our crafting recipes using mystical agriculture for now. Just because that's less strain on our one mech crusher. What are we working on? I am trying to get... well, I've got my first Infinity Cobble cell that is slowly crafting, which is fantastic. It's just going to take a hot second because, like, thousands and thousands of processors. Right now, I'm prepping for the existence of that Infinity Cobble cell. I had been trying to run my sieving off of Mystical Agriculture, and getting enough essence to run all the sieves at full speed was not really working. So we're gonna take a step back. This one, I think, well, maybe. Once we have, like, the ability to push through a stack of sand at a time very easily... I don't know. I think for now, we might leave this one running slowly just off of whatever it can craft from Mystical Agriculture, and we'll get the other ones running faster using flux hammers from the Infinite Cobblestone. I think the compressing patterns just happen automatically from the this thing. I didn't create those, I don't think. Can I tell if I look in pattern access? Yeah, I don't have those patterns anywhere. So, flux hammers. If we need sand from cobble, that's gravel sand, and this one goes one further. Let me get power for all of these. What am I picking up? I'm picking up all sorts of random... The range on my magnet is unfortunately large. This is why I stalled on making a magnet for so long, because I knew I'd be picking up all sorts of random crap. But... Alright, 2 export buses. So yeah, this one is set to soul sand, and I have this running at just 16 items a tick. These ones will need to be set to cobblestone. With full acceleration cards. And yeah, at the moment, I don't know how much cobblestone I have in my lots. Oh, but that's coming from here. Yeah. So we might run out of cobblestone before this is done. Probably not. We have hundreds of thousands of it. And then we're going to need a bunch of these. I'm going to need more upgrades. How many more do I need? Let's pull all of them out. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times 3. I need 21. I've got 11. I don't know how I ended up with not a multiple of 3. Oh, yes I do, because I've got 1 here. I hate these things. I hate them so much. They're wrong. They are objectively wrong. There we go. The issue is that they take their whoops, I threw away way too much stuff. They point their output towards the player instead of away from the player, and I maintain that no matter what mod and what machine, it is always wrong to push the output towards the player. I am always putting a thing up against a thing that I want it to put stuff into. And especially when you have a machine that you can't rotate, it's You have to build everything like backwards. What am I picking up? Oh, is it this? Oh, it is. I'm sucking the sand out of my... Well, this can just go away. That... How's that for a fix? I should come up with a different clay. Now that I have Mystical Agriculture, we can probably use Mystical Agriculture for clay. And we don't even have to use this anymore. Is this stalled? Why are we stalled? Right? I am shift right clicking and it doesn't work on these pipes. And it's annoying. Okay. It works on... Well, at the very least, create AE2 Greg Tech. Yeah. Okay. These ones should be running full speed now. Sifting dust. This needs a mesh. That's fine. And it will eventually be running full speed once I have... I need to find where the pattern for the upgrade cards is and understand why it's stalled. Okay, it is in one of the extended molecular assemblers. That's not actually helpful. Oh, I do have cobble patterns that I intentionally put in. Those can probably come out. Okay, there's the crafting pattern. 1 gold upgrade from a bunch of stuff. That's fine. Why is it not running? Cancel that job. None of these seem like they have anything stuck in them. Oh, that was the thing I needed. Did it again. Hopefully I didn't break this, because a lot of those patterns are... Oh, is that why? Yeah. These are all scheduled. And they are in the same one as this. So even though that one only is scheduled, is it still holding the machine? Is that just the way AE2 works? Where a big craft like this can just stall out the whole system because it's holding a crafter? Well, we can test it. Oh, there we go. Right away. They ran. Cool. Well, did they? Yeah, but these aren't... It's not about... I mean, yes, the chain crafts help, because that can help it parallelize, although it should be able to use the same pattern provider for multiple crafts. Maybe not. I think, unfortunately, with these extended molecular assemblers, it screws up the pattern providers, because they don't look like normal crafting providers anymore. They look like... whatever it's called. Processing pattern providers, I think, now. So I might have to just take these out and put normal molecular assemblers back in. Because I've been having issues since I swapped. Yeah, this is jammed up again. And, like, there's nothing else in this provider except this one pattern. So there's no reason it should be stalled at all. Anyway, I think I have enough now, but... yeah. I don't know why I had all of these ones for compressed cobble encoded, but... yeah, I'm gonna get rid of the extended crafters. They have been more trouble than they've been worth, and it would be good to fix some of the telescoping recipes to not be all in the same provider. Do I want to do that? Yeah, probably should. Because that will help a little bit with the parallelism, especially... my trouble with crafting started when I swapped to the extendeds. Like, things jamming up like that did not happen before the extendeds. And the other thing that happened with the extendeds is I can't... and I know that this is the bad way to do it anyway, because the patterns don't... the patterns end up next to each other when you're doing telescoping recipes, but, like, I can't shift-click patterns into the pattern access terminal anymore with the extendeds. So, like, it doesn't see them as normal crafting machines or something. And I don't know if that's why it's jamming up, but both of those weird behaviors started happening at the same time, and it was when I did the extendeds. It was... both of those things were happening before I switched to the subnet layout, so I don't think it's the subnet. It could be something else. There could be something else broken. Also... yeah, look at this. This is also jammed up, where everything is scheduled and nothing is in progress. Although that might have been my fault for breaking things while it was running, so we might just have to cancel that and rerun it. Yeah. Let's see if this figures itself. Yeah, okay, it's running now. Why do I not have a crafting coprocessor on one of these? I just never put it in place, apparently. What else is running? Oh. Oh! Look at that! We have another... well, that one may also have been the same deal. Was that the same provider that I broke? No, Soul Sand is in a different one. I can still cancel this, and it should get rescheduled. Yeah. Oh, maybe it was scheduled on this one, though, that I accidentally put the coprocessing unit on. Maybe that is what broke the soul sand. Anyway, these should be running... Why don't you... What do you mean inventory is... Oh, yeah, inventory is full. Oops, yeah, I'm an idiot. Previously, these were on the same cable, and when I... Why do I have two different... Oh, one of them's looting, one of them's knowledge of the ages. Okay, that makes sense. When it blocks... Okay, when it schedules, it does block even if it's not actively using them. I think that's what I didn't fully understand. So that's annoying. But that just means anything that might be used in big crafts I should put on separate. It's just another reason to manually go through and do everything. But, like, this has nothing else but this in it. Although the diamond one is somewhere else still. So, if the diamond one was blocked, would it not even schedule the gold one? These are like the weird details of how this works that I never bothered to learn, and it's biting me now because we're doing such huge crafts. Well, it also just doesn't work correctly. Like... you shouldn't have to understand the weird inner workings of it to be able to use it effectively. And like, if I look in a craft and it says it's not doing anything with a machine, I would expect it to not be doing anything with that machine. And maybe that's just a bad expectation, but like, there's no reason it needs to block the machines that it hasn't gotten to yet in its crafting tree. I still can't find the diamond upgrade, by the way. I've looked through everything twice. It's got to be around somewhere, and I'm just blind. Or maybe not. Maybe I took it out, and I really can't find it. Diamond upgrade. Okay, it is in the same one as a bunch of... Here we go. This one. But yeah, like these should all be split out to not be in the same pattern provider, right? You know what? Let's cancel this. Let's... Yeah. And like, I guess you can think of it as like, it reserves the thing for the top level craft and then realizes that, oh, I need to make prerequisites. Oh, I need to make prerequisites, like a top down sort of thing. That is not how I would implement it. I would have implemented it bottom up because it does do a whole crafting plan. It knows that it can't use that machine until later. It has the information to be less dumb. And it chooses to be dumb. Let's start pulling crafting patterns out of the system. I don't have anything running right now, just some automatic stuff that's happening in the background. Let's start pulling crafting patterns out of the system, and let's try to distribute them a little more nicely through the setup. and maybe we can get it to run a little more efficiently. That would be nice. But that will be after the ad break. And yeah, I will see everyone in just a couple minutes. We're back. All right, let's start pulling patterns out of this system and spreading things out. So what? We've got two goals, right? We want telescoping recipes to be separated, and we want things that are made in large quantities to be isolated from other stuff so that they don't block those crafts. Are those our two main constraints? I think so. So, like, yeah, here we've got a bunch of stuff. Let's start back here. So we can at least make it slightly less terrible. It's not going to be perfect, but we can spread out. So the thing about spreading out telescoping recipes, in theory, if the AE2 documentation is correct, whether going for quantum assembler just wouldn't be better. I mean, yeah, that is... Quantum assembler is hidden behind a couple more things for me, realistically, although maybe we're fine until we get that far. Like, since this has access to 3 different molecular assemblers, and since my crafters have plenty of coprocessors, I should be able to do 3 levels of the telescope in one pattern provider, right? And it can appropriately farm those out in parallel. That is the theory behind how this works. I don't want to go any deeper than that, because it can only see... Well, actually, if I put it in this one can see 4. Right, quantum assembler fixes the problem. Quantum assembler fixes lots of problems. Yeah, maybe it's not worth screwing around with. Which one did I take stuff out of? This one? Yeah. I think the big thing maybe is some of these ones that, like, the mega storage cells I should pull out so that they're not blocking other things. I mean, this is a fairly common layout. I don't even remember who I stole this from. It's used so often. Anyway, let's get the cobble cell going again. I think the thing that would help most with this, actually, well, with this particular craft, is set up a terminal to the biggest height and then just put the patterns in vertically. Yeah, that makes sense, and that'll just distribute them automatically. I guess I could still do that, right? I can just go into the terminal. And then find the, yeah, all of the extended molecular assembler patterns and spread them vertically instead of horizontally. That would be a quick way. Although with the extended pattern providers, you're still going to end up with a bunch in the same machine, right? Although, again, they can all access 4 assemblers and they have 4 rows, so that's fine. Or theoretically fine. Each row is basically 1 assembler, yeah. Except on the corner pattern providers that only see 3 assemblers, and... Yeah, once, well, here, let's cancel this again. There's a couple of things that we can fix. Let's just do that first. Like, if I just start taking patterns from the left, putting them on the right, Oh, good. We have another frickin' trader. My favorite. I don't know if it's faster to do it this way than it would have been to do it. The most important thing is to not have two similar patterns in one row. Yeah. Well, not have really more than 4 similar patterns in one row, right? Because they can access 4 crafters. But also then I'm more worried about the blocking of other tasks that might want to use those pattern providers, because it apparently blocks them for like the whole craft time of long crafts. And I guess the way to fix that is really just more dedicated pattern providers for some of those long running things. And that's a bigger like refactor, right? And at that point, definitely not worth trying to do here. That's just make a quantum computer and move on with my life sort of situation. I'm only going to do like 2 or 3 rows of this. I'm not going to like fully balance them all out to halfway across, because that would take forever. This does have the advantage that it is also kind of randomly spreading some things out, because I'm not being particularly careful with how I do this. You know AE better than I do. The other thing that I noticed is that with, and this is probably a well-known thing for people that do mystical agriculture with AE, even with more than one master infusion crystal, AE won't like properly schedule parallel mystical agriculture stuff. Is there a way around that, or is that also just a quantum computer thing and or a passive my mystical agriculture thing? Because I expected once I had a second master infusion crystal, it would be like, oh, I have 2 of these. I can do 2 at a time. It is not that smart. It insists on serializing them. And like, I could passive the essences. That's an option. Or I can quantum computer the essences. Or maybe it's because all the essences were in one provider, and now that I'm splitting them up into different pattern providers, it'll understand that it can do them in parallel. That would be fun. Yeah, that step, all of the essence upgrading. I have the version of the crystal that no longer has durability, so that's fine. It just doesn't. It won't use more than one of those upgrade crystals. I can do a craft. I can show it in a second. Yeah, you really just need to move it outside AE. Yeah. That's what I was afraid of. Yeah, there's a few different auto crafting machines that I can set up. This is the last column that I'm going to do, by the way. Because beyond this, it's just going to get too tedious. Oh, I missed, whoops, some of the bottom rows of this. Oh, well. It's like 1,000 times faster even compared to Quantum AE. All right, I should look into that. That should be better, maybe, for some things. All of the compressing recipes really clog up the autocrafting. Yeah. I tried to not let, like, my bulk cells, I have them all limited, so we don't end up doing, like, 30 different decompression crafts. They're all set to, like, reasonable levels of bulk. Because obviously everything passive goes into a bulk cell, and it's ridiculous. Oh, hey, we're making blue ice. That's good. If we're buffering blue ice, does that mean that we've got dry ice in all of these? No. Why are we buffering blue ice then? You're not running. Why are we not running? Do these have crafting cards? Yes. Yeah, these are all identical. I mean, it's fine. We're like... Wait, we're not full on power. Auto mode is on. Are you running? Can I tell? Yeah, generating 475 a tick. Generating... They are running. Dry ice isn't in one of those providers, though. Dry ice is in this one. Dry ice from 2 blue ice. And we have... Oh, never mind. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong ice in the storage cell. That was my fault. Blue ice from Ice Essence. I mean, that would probably be the better choice. Right now, I just have, this guy. I think I was looking at how much regular ice I had. In the cell, like, it said 126, and I was like, oh, that's lots. But I think if I watch this closely, as we end up with a little more ice in here, as soon as this is ready to upgrade to a blue, this will get converted. I think I'm just not making ice fast enough, is the conclusion that I'm coming to. We can make ice seeds. Oh, they only just need regular ice, too. Okay. Yeah, maybe that's the thing to do. And we can make blue ice from seeds? No. We still have to upgrade them. We can do packed ice. Oh, that makes a huge amount of ice, though, from the ice seeds. Wow. MAOP, yeah. Well, mostly. Turns out if you're trying to run, like, 16 soul sand a second through through a sieve, generating enough nether essence to fuel all of that soul sand is a lot. I had to turn this down, and I think it's still limited by... Yeah. We're still not keeping up with nether essence production. And maybe there's a better way that I could set up accelerators or something else, but they're moving pretty quick down here. If I was gonna do that, I guess I would just get rid of this whole setup, make the ice seeds, and then, yeah, I just have to set up auto crafting for the blue ice, right? Because we wouldn't be relying on the... Interesting, we have one blue ice, so that should eventually get issued as a crafting job. And this is probably one of those things that only gets rechecked every once in a while for optimization reasons, right? Where, like, these need to recheck that they can issue the crafting job. Simulating in hydro beds is pretty fast. Yeah, I didn't even think about... Oh, but that's more industrial for going. How hard is this one? Also crafting the add-ons. Yeah. Plastic, diamond here. I mean, this isn't awful compared to some of the industrial for going stuff. I need fertilizer, which apparently needs its own whole machine. Oh, but right, the machine frames need the dissolution chamber. I never did figure out how to automate this, by the way. So that's a whole thing. Ugh. I'm assuming I can automate this with AE2. I just have to be careful about it. Because, yeah, mine is sitting right here. Anyway, the right answer is to not have to worry about any of that anymore. Because, like, this is what I really should be pushing for. And once I have this, I don't have to worry about mystical agriculture anymore. So, yeah, we're making glowstone fast enough, and that's all we need to sift soul sand for is glowstone. I think that's what we sift soul sand for. Oh, also prosperity shards and... yeah, prosperity shards. Yeah, I just need to lock the pattern provider and wait for result. Yep. Like a lot of other machines. Yeah, it's prosperity shards that we only get for soul sand. Glowstone we actually also get from dust, which is nice because we have other things that we only get from dust. So we're getting glowstone from 2 different sieving steps. Same as the energizing orb, yeah. So yeah, I think we're making plenty of glowstone. Like the other stuff, this doesn't have to be super fast, is what I'm saying. And it's really the only thing that is limited by mystical agriculture right now, other than occasionally running out of... well, I was occasionally running out of fire essence. I don't think I'm gonna be in general. Do I have access to ME wireless? Oh, yeah. I should be able to make those. I haven't made any, but I could. What do we need for these? Wireless receivers, extended machine frames. Yeah. Yeah, we could make these happen. Did I never did restart the cobble cell. Let's restart the cobble cell. Just let it run. Actually, you know what? No, we're going to cancel it again because we're going to do one of the other things that I wanted to do. I want to split up the circuit slicer and crystal assembler for each of the circuit types so that we're no longer blocking all of the circuits separately. So I want 5 more circuit slicers and 6 more crystal assemblers. And really, I don't have to be doing these the way that I have done them here, do I? Because these will chain their connectivity to each other. Yeah. Oh, did I ever sleep, or am I about to be attacked by phantoms again? Let's deal with that real quick first. SFM and like 2 stacks of circuit slicers. Yes. But I don't want to build that much right now. So let's take... Here. Quartz fiber is going to go here. And that powers this one. Oh, this thing's kind of in the way. I might have to move this setup. So let's get our array of crystal assemblers. That there. There we go. 7 channels. All right. And then each of these auto export to the bottom. Power them all. Another fiber here. Cool. Now, if I take out all of these, each of these guys gets 1. All right, now I just have to do the circuit slicers, which I want to do right here, except this is in the way of me being able to hook up power the same way. Do I really want to move this, though? Kind of. Yes. All right. I should really upgrade this axe, but I'm not going to right now. What is the magic in this? It's just an export bus with entro crystals. Okay. Right. What I have noticed is that most big recipes need at least 2 kinds of circuits, and I'm kind of just relying on that. And yes, for the same type of circuit, it's still going to be slower, but overall, we shouldn't be blocking as many recipes on themselves or on each other anymore. I care less about large recipes going faster and more about not blocking myself when I'm trying to do things while large recipes are running, if that makes sense. All right, and now I need to fix the passive intro setup. How are we on channels? We're fine. Really? So the passive intro is this oak drawer with an extended inscriber on top. With export bus of intro crystals and all of the crafting and acceleration cards. And it just needs power. Whoops. Somehow I got my mouse out of the window. Okay. And that's gonna run, it's gonna fill itself up, and all the rest of this is spare. It would be powered by the export bus if I had a induction card. Which I guess I could, because I don't need this many acceleration cards for what this is doing. But... Alright, let's test this. Let's try again on the big cobble cell. Because this needs 2 different kinds of processors. And in theory, I have the parallelism. Oh, I probably didn't set my outputs on these machines, did I? Oh, all of these need acceleration cards. That would do it. Buddy, I really need you to not be making those noises in my ear. And I'm going to need a few more acceleration cards, because obviously these also all need... That is a lot of crystal assemblers. All right, circuit slicers are all fast. Crystal assemblers are good. Once more with feeling. How does this run? I mean, that's pretty good. We've got both types of circuits running at once. We're crafting up through the chain of storage components on the way up. It's not super fast, but I mean, it's not going to be that often that we're making infinity cells, right? So this is, I mean, maybe not a worst case test. There's plenty of other telescoping recipes that are going to be pretty deep like this, but what do the bulk cells end up using? The bulk cells are surprisingly cheap. Yeah, they only use a 1 meg component. So having to go up to the 256 meg for the cobble cell, for the infinity cell, is a lot more than the bulk cells. But we're doing, what? A little more than... maybe like 16 processors a second? We'll need a few more for the star itself, yeah. I mean, this makes 4 at a time at, I mean, whatever speed it makes them at. It doesn't really tell you, does it? This is why I like Greg Tech. Greg Tech tells me things. I'm going to say this is good enough for now. We'll get that cobble cell going, and we can move on with our lives and figure out other stuff. I wonder, with 2 of these running at full speed, are they... I mean, this is staying full, so I basically effectively have infinity cobblestone anyway. 5 ticks per craft, so... and that's 4 in 5 ticks. So yeah, 16 a second. Where's my clipboard? What's my to-do list? All right. I did get a speed upgrade for ice production. It still might not be fast enough. I did hook ice up to the ME system. I didn't really make a better mystical agriculture setup. I just put more seeds in it so they run in parallel. But you know what? It's fine. It's not the final form. CS major can't do simple. Well, obviously, you're a CS major. Your job isn't to do math, it's to make computers do math. I keep a calculator on my desk so that I can do simple arithmetic when I need to, playing automation games. Emerald and Lapis Geors and Quartz Geor. Those are both things that we are going to need for our first... That's... The sensitivity of this box to thinking I double-clicked is, like, slightly longer than my, like, double-click threshold in all the rest of my life. And I keep accidentally... Anyway. We need quartz... calculating integrals and derivatives with pen and paper. I mean, I enjoy a good some good by hand calculus every once in a while. Why do I think I need a Lapis Geor? I don't need it for Vibranium. Is it just that I don't have passive Lapis right now? Is that the issue? Probably. Passive Lapis is probably like... Yeah, gravel, which I don't want to do. Or crushed deep slate, which I still don't want to do. Okay, so that's why. That's why I said Lapis Geor. Okay. So yeah, Emerald, Lapis, and Quartz Geors all need to get done. So that's going to be... a bunch more bulk cells, unfortunately. I'm assuming we furnace the Geor to make... Yes. Will you stop giving me things? How deep is this one? Oh, we're only up to 6 channels. Okay, that's fine. So yeah, I can do a couple more furnaces at the end. I've got room for a few more here. I should probably set the level emitters on some of these to be less ridiculous than 256k blocks. I think 256k blocks is the, whoops, the threshold that I set for all of them. So, like, some year we might end up with 256k blocks of iron in the system, but... I guess if I wanted to be a little bit thriftier with my cells, and I don't really, the reason these are all measured in blocks is because all of their outputs go into bulk cells, but since I'm capped at, like, 256k blocks... That's only, like, 4 million items, assuming a 9-item block, which not all of these are. So that would fit in a smaller cell, right? Than a bulk cell. But it's easy to just use bulk cells for everything. All right, let's get the Geors going. Do I have passive emeralds right now? Is that a thing? No. Who has time to... Well, anytime you use bulk cells, you have to configure them anyway. Which is why I have so many. Did I just already make myself a bulk cell for emeralds, even though I'm not currently actively sieving them? I may have. Because when I tore apart the old system, I might have been like, hey, yeah, emeralds, lapis, and amethyst. I was like, hey, we're gonna want a bulk cell for this. That does mean that for those, I don't need to make the bulk cells. But it does also mean that I need to make the Geors, like, now. Before I... What do these need? 1x sand. Okay. And what is this as far as 900 millibuckets? And a block of emerald is 900 millibuckets. Okay. Why are these not... Wait, what's going on with my emerald cell? Well, yeah, but I'm moving away from drawers. Oh! This should be... Actually, does it make sense to have this make blocks of emerald? Yeah. Maybe. This is my question always with the bulk cells, because, like, they use a big num internally, so it doesn't matter. You don't have to store things compressed to avoid breaking them. But having a little bit of compression is sometimes nice. Although we'll always want to use them as emeralds. Yeah. A bunch of this. I should probably go into a bunch of these and change them to not automatically compress, now that I'm thinking about it. Like, why did I set up my iron to be in blocks? Because, like, all of my... Right, except for the mini portals for the star. But, like, and maybe I should set everything to that high level of compression. Part of why I turned down my compression levels is... I honestly don't know why I have these... No, these are... How many mods is it? It's all of them, Kellen. It's every single mod. No, it's like a couple hundred. Does it say? 320 for the Skyblock version. So, like, part of why I have these all set up with a threshold emitter is that I need the gears for some occasional weird crafts, like Vibranium. So I wanted it to stop auto-smelting all the gears at some point. I probably set my thresholds too high, for one thing, because my threshold is like 256 blocks, or 256,000 blocks. But also, maybe I should set it to whatever threshold we need for the star, right? Where's the star? All of these things where we need a 5x block of iron, we need a 5x oak log. Yeah, these are all 5x, except cobblestone, that's 7x. And what I could do with this is I could say, okay, set the threshold to be like... If I set the compression threshold to 2 5x blocks, then I can set my redstone threshold... Sorry, I set the compression threshold to 5x blocks, and I set my redstone threshold here to saying I see 2 5x blocks in the system. And that would be enough to make sure that we never... That we stop, but we keep the 5x blocks in stock for... It ends up being a step, but it's a quick step. It's like instant, and it's done by the decompression module. So it doesn't take up any actual assemblers or anything. You don't have to have decompression recipes. But it probably adds like a tick. It's very close to instant. But like, okay, a 5x block of iron is only 59,000 blocks. So we've got plenty of iron, actually. Yeah, I'm gonna... Here, we're gonna do this. And we're gonna do this. We're gonna turn off all of these systems for a little bit, and we're gonna adjust some of our cells. Why am I holding the... Oh, I'm holding the emerald cell. That's fine. All right, so for everything that we need a 5x block of, so some of these like sand and gravel and cobblestone and dirt, we're not gonna, and I guess obsidian, I'll want to set up other ways of feeding them in. But I think for everything else, like, do I just use the 5x block as a reasonable threshold and say, like, sure, we compress everything to a 5x block? Because I need to set all my... I need to set all my level emitters to something. And I just... It needs to be something reasonable so that I have plenty of the resources to be able to make the star. But also small enough so that we're not... Like, all right, we've got all the modium nuggets here. What's the threshold on this set to? 1x. What should it be? Should it be 5x? That's a lot of nuggets. That's a lot of all the modium. I don't think I need it to be that high. Obviously, for the star, I need a bunch of blocks of all the modium. 19 of them. Okay. So that's at least like 2x compressed. These are the questions that I have that I don't really have answers to. Do I go all the way to 5x compression for everything? Maybe. I think yes. I think we're going to use 5x compression as our standard for all of our... items that are compressible. Or at least for everything that comes out of this setup. I guess I didn't have to turn off the part that generates the gears, just this half, but whatever. Ewer thing that comes out of gears. Yeah, it's mostly about how do I want to deal with my own cutoffs, not about AE. Because if these compress to higher levels, then the level emitters don't work correctly with them. I can't say like, oh, level emitter, turn off when I have 10 million iron. I have to say turn off when I have so many of the highest compressed number, because that's how the bulk cells report it to the AE system. So that's why I want to like standardize on one level of compression and use that for everything that comes out of that system. Hopefully that makes sense. So we'll use 5x as our... I'm limiting it because it's faster, and I could use slower furnaces, I guess. But the furnaces are faster than the gear production, and I need the gears for some of the crafts. Specifically to be able to get... I really need to turn off my magnet. Sorry, what was I saying? I need the raw gear shards for some of the crafts, so I want this system to stop every once in a while, just so we can let the gear shards accumulate in the bulk cells. I could probably come up with a better way to do that, but... Quartz we're gonna do very soon. A lot of these are compression disabled. Cut off Certus quartz, that's fine because we don't have to threshold Certus. Fluorite is fine. Glowstone is fine. Uranium, lead, here we go. A few 1K cells. I'd have to change how my system works for that to work, but I guess that would work. Because right now the geors just go into the ME system and then they get pulled back out. They're not fed directly into the furnaces. Oh, gold. Yeah, these are all the ones that have compression disabled, except all the Modium. And then Emerald, Lapis are going to get Geors. So we will do the same thing. We will set that as our standard compression threshold. So now all these down here should be able to say, instead of block of redstone, use 5x redstone, turn off when there's 2, turn on if there's less than 1. Ah. I'm kind of trying to think in my head as I go, making sure that I've done osmium. I'm pretty sure I did. And then over here, you are uraninite, which we need to do 5x uraninite. Turn off if there's more than 2. Turn on if there's less than 1. All the Modium. This one's going to be running like all the time, because it's going to take a long time to get that much all the Modium. It comes out in nuggets. Uranium. And some of these should just turn off right away because we're now above the threshold. Oh, I didn't do copper. I didn't see copper. Let's fix that. It is also ad break o'clock again. I'm going to step away and get some water, let the ad break run. When I return, we can, well, we'll finish this. Oh, no, I did do copper. I just moved right past it without even noticing. When I return, we will see if this is working right, and then go from there. I do need to get the new Geors set up, so I think that needs to be the next move. And maybe we'll get to Vibranium today. That would be cool. Yeah, so this is off, presumably because it thinks it has enough copper now. Yeah, a lot of these have turned themselves off. Awesome. I am back. Have I progressed with mechanisms since I built the reactor? No. Not really. I've just been letting it passive polonium and plutonium for me. And we might have enough polonium and plutonium. Why is... Oh, nope. Which one is still running? What is still running? Most of these turned off, which is good because they hit that 2 5x blocks that I set as my arbitrary threshold. All the modium is still running because, obviously, that's just so much slower. And we expect that one to take a long time to back up unless I set the thresholds differently. Uranium is still running. Why is uranium running? We have multiple 5x blocks of uranium. Redstone mode is less. That's what it should be, right? They're all set. Redstone mode is less. $5x uranium block. Redstone high. So this should not be outputting. And yet this is on. Yeah, it is probably worth it to... Okay, bottom is input output, top is none. Redstone high. Why is this running? Oh, I wonder if it needs to get up to 3 before it stops. Because the upper threshold is set as 2. Because I'm going to bet everything else is up above 3. Yes. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 4, 3. All right. So that's fine then. That'll hit 3 blocks pretty soon. Well, yeah, I mean, we're already up to 4x to 4x blocks, so... I say soon. Minutes, maybe hours, not days. This is noisy. So, like, I think the real question is, how do I want to start to buffer things here? All right, well, there's 2 problems. One is... these machines have stuff in their inputs, and I hooked them up directly. And that's going to be fun to deal with. Because, like, we could buffer nuclear waste. Yeah, so that is my plan, is to make the radioactive cell to store it in the ME system. How do I get stuff out of the inputs? Because if I turn off everything, right, I can stop running, you know, this, and that's fine. They'll stop outputting, but these are going to have... Here's the fun part, you don't. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. I mean, do I just disconnect this tube? I could disconnect this tube, and it'll drain into these, and that'll be fine. But yeah, getting things out of the inputs of mechanism machines is hard. Because if I change this to be no longer an input, I'm not going to irradiate my whole life, right? Yeah. Here, you know what? The easiest way to make sure that this is done in a safe way is to just scram the reactor. Let's do that. All right, and then everything stops. These, yeah, both have a little bit of nuclear waste in them, which is great. But how much nuclear waste do I need to make 5 at a time to 1? What I almost need to do, if I want to work with, like, precise numbers of millibuckets, is okay. I say I've got 55 millibuckets of plutonium here. I can, right, before this can make another ingot, right? It's 1,000 to 1. Yeah. So... if I make this, I can make a cell that has 55 times 5 minus 2 millibuckets partitioned, right, for nuclear waste, and then feed that into this, and it would flush these out. It's a lot of work, but it would actually flush everything through. But that means I need to start getting nuclear waste into the system, which I should be able to do, right? We have plenty of channels, yeah. Ooh, do I have HDPE? Nope. What do I need? That goes in an enrichment chamber from pellets. Pellets are made from substrate, oxygen, and oh god. Yeah, this is a whole new processing line that I haven't made yet. Alright, well, here's what I'm gonna do. What I'm gonna do is not that right now. With the reactor scrammed, we should just buffer fuel for a while. We make fuel much more slowly than this reactor can run it. Yeah, I'll need it for the SPS eventually. I know. But we'll just let this buffer fuel. This will turn off when it fills up on fuel. It's fine. And then for now, I'll leave this system here. I am going to have to do, I think, what I was saying, right? Where I put in just enough nuclear waste into each of these with like a partitioned cell. And then I can clean this up, and then we can set things up in a way that it can actually be hooked up right to AE2, etc. But I really don't feel like building a whole mechanism processing line right now. Let's do the easier things. Let's get emeralds and the buffers are in the correct ratio. Oh, you mean if I let... If I disconnect first the front machine from power and let it fill up, and then the back machine from power and let it fill up, and then let them both run through, they should flush? Okay. Yeah, that's easier than whatever I was thinking, so... I do need to keep an eye on this, though, because we will start to back up on nuclear waste. I think the trick is... Well, no, we can fix that. That'll be fine. I'll just need a little bit of extra pressurized tube once it starts to back up so that we can flush the nuclear waste through into another barrel. That won't be too bad, though. Oh, and this is going to have to run out of power, of course. All right. Just wrench the tube at the right tick. Yeah, that's easy. I should make this thing bigger so that I can more easily melt more stuff simultaneously and cast more gears. I don't know if it really matters. Wait, you think you're too... What? Oh, well, these are the wrong things, for one thing. I think I just need normal blocks, not 1x blocks. Which might be why they were unmeltable. That was... Yeah, there we go. That's working now. Can I just say that the 1x blocks are not 1x blocks, and I disagree with that naming scheme on a just deep level? The other one I need is quartz, and I'm assuming this is going to be the same. Yeah, 900 millibuckets, which is... Oh, more than a block. That's an annoying amount. Yeah, I guess it's one level of compression, but it's 9 blocks within a first level compressed block. So yes, I guess the base blocks are 0x. Do I have enough quartz here? I do. Well, do I? Yeah. I think we have to melt 9 of those, because they're each 400, and I want 4 geor blocks. This is going to be my life for a hot minute. Making geors. Is there anything in here that's like a... Oh, there we go. That's what I need. Does this tell me what its radius is? No. Ah, there we go. Yeah, the trapped trader carpets. That's the other... Oh, do we have our... Ooh, we do. We have our infinity cobble cell, which I really don't have to hook up to the system. This is apparently keeping up with the demand from these guys. So... Inventory is... Oh, jeez. ME... Oh, I didn't put... There we go. Now we're running. Yeah, singularities is what I should be using it for. That is what I was getting to. Sorry, I got distracted by this being broken. I was just making sure that this was correctly upgraded and was running as fast as it was going to be running before I said that, yes, this is keeping up. And I do believe that, yes, this is keeping up. So yeah, we'll use this to make singularities. And that means we're going to need a void cell, which I haven't made yet. And a couple of other things. Oh, hey, void cell's a thing. I'm gonna need the... Is it an IO? Is it an extended IO? Yes. Because the extended IO can run with, like, the advanced acceleration cards, right? These guys. Oh, which I already encoded. I am so far ahead of myself. Okay, great to see. I'm glad that's working. Let's, where do I want to put this is one of the questions that I need to ask myself. I could throw it in here. Because we need to subnet this, right? Is the situation... So we need an ME drive. And we need a extended IO port. We import from the cobblestone cell. Oh, it's not the extended one. This one is not the fast one. There's another IO port. That's what the one I want. Greater expanded? Expanded IO port. That's the one I want. Okay. We can make that one too. All right. I remember how to do it. I tested this, or I have something that's close enough to the image. Yeah, here we go. And we need 5. So yeah, this comes in here, transfers in, but it's infinite, so it never stops. In here, we have a void cell, which needs to be partitioned. That's why it's a subnet. Also, the void cell is partitioned to cobblestone, so we're good. Make singularities, and I will have to do a second setup of this to make matter balls. And then... we need an ME interface. We need a storage bus. We need some yellow cable. And I'm going to have to get power hooked up to this subnet too. We'll deal with that in a second. So, power, storage bus. Interface. Just to let it run for a minute and I'll have enough, then swap to matter balls. Yeah, probably fine. Let's grab a different color cable that we're not using around here so I don't confuse myself. Red is fine. Besides the fact that I can no longer get to my bed. Yeah, good job, Brennan. All right, and then these just need power, and I can do that with... Okay. There we go. And now, if I look for singularities, we're making singularities. Beautiful. Done. Yeah, I vaguely remember how this is supposed to work. And then, yeah, at some point I will have enough singularities and I can switch that over to matter balls. But unfortunately, if you have 2 void cells, it doesn't work with a single I/O port. You need to have them on separate networks, at least the way I did this. And maybe there's a way that you can do it that's a little easier, but yeah, that is so fast. I'm going to need a few more bulk cells that I'm going to need to set up for Geors. Do quartz Geors just get smelted directly to quartz? They do. Those ones shouldn't take too long. Yeah. I mean, we're at the limits of what is actually like parallelizable within my AE2 system. The 32x crafting parallels are more than what we can actually handle as far as crafting things goes. Splitting up the circuits seems to have helped a little bit, though. This moved through the circuits pretty quickly. I need to set up my annihilation planes. By set up, I mean give them fortune. And check on nuclear. Ooh, yeah. I don't think it runs that fast. These are still burning through their power buffers. So we're not even buffering anything yet. It's slow. We are, I could make this run faster, but... What rate do I have this set at right now? 2.2? Oh, that was based on water. Yeah. If I want this to run faster, I have to hook it up to more water pipes. Change the way I'm doing this. But it's only doing a few millibuckets, so it's going to take a little while for us to burn through the power buffers on these. Books. Oh, I have 2 stacks of books. Awesome. I'm ahead of myself. And I need those 3 bulk cells that I made. I'm going to start books going first. And then I will partition the cells. Do I have space for all 3 of these in the Geor one? Yes. These ones are easy. That's it. We just partitioned them. Not setting these ones up for any compression because they don't need to compress. Oh, the other thing I want to do, I just remembered something. None of these were set up as blast furnaces because they were faster than the gears can be produced. However, why are you not running? No, but seriously, why no running? There's only 13 of 32 channels here. That's all the Modium Geor shard. It should be able to insert that into the network. Ooh, wait. Uh-oh. No, that's a big one. That's 9 of 32 channels. I'm like, did I break something? And now they're all running again. So yes, I did break something. Oh, the storage bus should be extract only. Was that the only issue? Let's see if that was the only issue. Maybe it was trying to store stuff in that network. No, everything stopped again. What the heck? What am I doing wrong here? It's something stupid. So this is a dense cable. That's fine. Using 9 channels. This storage bus is extract only. I can filter it. We're only pulling a few channels through here. Yeah, filtering it did nothing. Weirdly, this is still running. How? Why? Everything is peer-to-peer now, but that should be fine. Here, let's pull this, which is ridiculous. Let's put a cable here. And let's put this here. Still not happy. It could be channels, but I don't know where. Because some of these are running. It feels really channel related, because like when I break this, it's all going to turn back on. Yeah, there we go. All the Modium Geor blocks are getting made and getting fed back into the furnace. So it doesn't like having this attached, but all this is a storage bus kissing an interface, filtered to singularities, extract only. And there's no... We're only pulling 8 channels off this peer-to-peer. Carried channels 8. Set priority to -1. Nope, everything grinds to a halt. This is so weird. AE being AE, yeah. I mean, I could run this off a different peer-to-peer, right? This doesn't have to be on the yellow network. I just did that because it was convenient. Let's give this its own face. What are you? You are... Singularity subnet out. Okay. And then I need another color. Oh, didn't like that. Whoops. No, no, no. Okay, that's fine. Why does it not like having a... What? When there's a quartz fiber here, this should do nothing. Oh, no, it's okay now. Okay. Yeah, AE, you're really, Alright, so this is still working. It's still collecting singularities. 1 of 8 devices carried through the peer-to-peer. That's fine. All the modium is working. Okay. Well, it works now. Do I know why? Absolutely not. But yeah, pulling it onto a different network seems to have done the job. Bug fixed. Yeah. Yeah. Let me just double check the last step. Yeah, we can see singularities in here. Okay, but literally the only difference between these two setups is channel configuration, right? Like... We're literally just hooked up to different peer-to-peer faces. There's nothing else that should be different as far as the network. I'm not going to worry about it. You know what? Just hashtag just AE things. Here, let's clean up our inventory a little bit. Did I? Oops. I did throw my gears away. I should test. Yeah, that shouldn't ever happen. I mean, it could have happened, I suppose. Ooh, you dropped a bunch of stuff. Ooh, I need to be careful about throwing swords into the ME network, don't I? We want those to go in here where they get appropriately disassembled. How many fortune books do I have? 8, 9. 10, 11, 12. All right. Now for the least fun part. Oh. I'm so glad that I missed with one of those. You know what? I'll just use this one up, and then I don't have to worry about it. Oh, I'm out of levels. Well, I was hoping that anvil would pop, but I guess we're not that lucky. How do I have these set up? These are a storage bus, which is filtered to the Geor shard, hooked up to an interface. Okay. I'm also going to need a bunch of glass cable. And I think that's it. Oh, and also 3... Oh, God. Ah, I'm all tangled in the cables. Still have not... And also the center ones are going to be, I think, slightly different than the edge ones, so I'm not sure if it would work anyway, but... It's fine. 1, 2, 3... Oops, yep, stuff's wrong. Something is wrong. What do I need to... Oh, I need to isolate everything. Are we running out of power? What is going on? No, we're not out of power. Why are these blinking on and off? Okay, they're running now. Oh, because I screwed up the whole thing, and then the storage buses had to get back up to speed. That's what it was. That's fine. I think. I don't like that they're all halting at once. That's weird. How? What did I break this time? This? This shouldn't really be a lag machine. I mean, it's a lot of tick accelerators. But, like, it's all within the ME system. Hmm. MA plant slide the game significantly? Yeah. Sure, but I think this is new, and that's a long pause. That's not just like a little bit of a TPS drop. What's the command to check my TPS? I mean, there's some lag spikes. But in general, we are well below. You can actually see where I paused. Yeah, we're running at a fraction of a full, even when they're paused. So it's not a TPS lag. We're running at like a 7 millisecond. Hmm. So obviously, if I disconnect this, we expect all of these to halt. And they do. Because they have nowhere to put their stuff. I mean, sure, but like, our TPS is fantabulous. I don't think it is a lagging block. I think it's... Oh, error too many channels. Whoa, we've got a loop in the system. Okay, yeah, something's screwed. Something is effed. How does the white face ever have too many channels? Peer-to-peer, maybe. But that should be consistent, right? All right, if we check this... Yeah, Gior's in is hooked up to Gior's out. 84.8 E4. Why do some of these have... Why do I have two things named Farms Inn? Okay, that's just me naming things wrong. There's a network analyzer tool, yeah. No, not that one. This thing? You said it was blue? Is it one of in one of the extended or advanced or something? All right. Well, and that's where we just like open up anything and start looking at the add-ons. ME packing tape. Nothing there. Items, blocks, and machines. Nope. It might be a separate mod. Network visualizer. Is that what we need? Nope, that's not a thing. Yeah, okay, that's what I just found Googling real quick, and it does not appear to be in the pack. Or if it is in the pack, I can't find it. Yeah, it seems to not be in the pack. That's a weird thing to be missing. All right. So we've got Geors in hooked to Geors out, and if I look up here somewhere, I should be able to see the input one. Where's the wireframe for it? Can't see it anywhere. It should tell me what it is, though, like its coordinates. 4091, 64, 25. 40, 91, 6. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. That's literally the output. Other one. 4100, 8220. 4100, 8220. It's you. Geor's in. There you are. And you show that you're linked, and you show that you carry 0 channels. And that's what we expect. It's interesting that everything seems fine when this one is disconnected, which... I mean, it could be a frequency issue, right? Where we have a conflict. They do so far all look unique, though. All right. I might have to just... Well, it's going to be an ad break o'clock again in a moment, so I think what I will do is install that mod and see if we can make the network analyzer tool, and maybe that will help us to debug here. Because this should not be carrying more than 13 channels. Yeah. And it's fine. Oh, and then too many devices. But they all blip with too many channels. I do wonder if it's a power thing. Like, is something... But what would be pulling that much power off of... Ooh. Off of the AE network? I mean, I could turn this off again. This was the only, like, major change to the system. I think it's flashing too many channels because the whole network is shutting down, not because it's actually too many channels. Yeah, this seems okay now. Is it the void cell? Does the void cell eat just, like, colossal amounts of power? Yeah. Because, like, I could switch this subnet to its own energy acceptor. That would perhaps be the way to do it, especially if this void cell just uses stupid amounts of energy. Because, like, otherwise, everything's just ME peer-to-peer, and power passes through transparently, right? Just like the rest of the ME system. And this all seems fine now. I think it's the void cell. I think all of this just needs more power than I can give it through the ME system. So I just need to pull this quartz fiber and give this its own energy acceptor. That is what I think needs to happen. And we will do that when we're back from the ad break. I'm going to step away and get a little bit of water. I recommend everyone else do the same. Hydrate, take care of yourselves. And I will see everyone in just a few minutes. And we are back from the ad. Okay, I think I understand this. And Ranged, I think you're right. You said perhaps the subnet powering peer-to-peers. I think it's this. So this is what I have powering this right now, and this only has, yeah, so much power in it. So that's the issue, is that we're powering this through this peer-to-peer subnet, which can't handle it. I mean, one, this should be set to bypass limit regardless. But, oh, maybe that's all it needs. Maybe we just need bypass limit there. If that can't do it, yeah, we're still struggling. Well, maybe we're okay now. Because, yeah, that's the issue, is this thing uses just colossal amounts of power with 5 greater acceleration cards. Wait, I can't put the network tool in the AE storage system? Am I out of... No, I'm not out of types. I'm just literally not allowed to put it in there? That can't be right. Can I put other stuff in there? Sure. No, we don't need this running on 5 great accelerator cards. We already have 3,000 singularities. We can run it on a couple. Well, now I have to find a place to put it. Goodbye forever. You can't move it while the ME GUI is... Oh. Weird. Okay. So what I do need to do here, though, is I need to add... Oh, nope. It's still not good enough. You know what? Let's do this. Let's try this. We power this off of this side. We have a lot more buffer on powering this one, right? We have a lot more ME controllers in that than in this one. Yeah, and this is also bypass limit, please. Is the one at this end set to bypass limit as well? Is that a thing that I need to do on both ends? I don't know. And then this one should also be... Yeah, and all of the inputs are, because these all have high power requirements. You know you're in for a good time when AE is blinking like a Christmas tree. Yep. All right, I think this is probably fine. It's not running as fast. We're only making like a couple a second now instead of like 10 a second. I don't... How can I live if I'm not making millions of singularities? Why are the coal gears stopped? Like, yes, we have a lot of them, but... They should have their own dedicated... Yeah. You can't stop automatic updates. Automatic updates are for your own protection, and you cannot stop them. I mean, I highly recommend it. I've been running primarily Linux for a long time. I need all of these. And I guess we can do these ones too. That should keep it from bridging between the networks. And then... trying to use the space in the middle might not actually have been worth the hassle. the more I play with it. But that's fine. And then that hooks up to a storage bus. And that storage bus is... insert only. Filtered to quartz gears. That kisses an ME interface. On the white network. There we go. And now we have quartz gears happening. Cool. I'm still not sure why my mega coal stopped at 2.5 million. I guess I can see if the other ones do. Isn't the whole point of the bulk cells that they are effectively unlimited? All right, and then we need all of the quartz fibers. Not that one. Well, it's fine to have that one. It's not necessary, though. I guess that one's not necessary either. Storage bus set up for lapis gear. Kissing an interface on the white network. Okay, there it goes. Oh, it was probably just interface speed up time again. That always throws me off. Really? That's where you think I wanted that? I need to figure out whatever the, like, quote-unquote helpful mod is that lets you, like, place blocks next to other blocks and turn it off. Because it doesn't work correctly with partial blocks. And in cases when I think I'm looking through a partial block, like a cable, a lot of times I end up putting something down because it, like, wants to, like, help me because it thinks I'm looking at, like, the right-hand edge of the block that is this cable and stuff like that. It's just... Had your apps running and put your PC in hibernate mode? Too bad. Here comes Windows Update that resets all your custom registry settings. Also, will restart your computer, so every app you had running will be shut down for us. Yeah. This is why I don't use Windows. These interfaces need to be filtered, by the way, because if you break the gears when they are not fully grown, you get pebbles back. So if the interfaces are unfiltered, I'll just be shoving lots of pebbles into my system instead of the gears that I want. So I have to filter them so that the annihilation planes have nowhere to put pebbles, and then they won't break blocks that they have nowhere to put. All right, that is 3 new gears. Uranium is still going, huh? Oh, but we're very nearly there. Look at that. We're about to tick over. This should turn uranium off, by the way. When this flips over to 3 5x blocks, and if it doesn't, it's broken. Yep. Well, we are still running. So my thought about why it was still running is apparently just wrong. Let's grab it from one that works. Pasted. Except instead of copper, uranium 5x. Am I losing my mind? Uranium block 5x. We have 3. Your threshold range is 2 to 1. Why is this one particular threshold emitter not working? Or is it the furnace configuration that's wrong? On redstone high. They're all set to redstone high. I don't understand why this one is still running. Okay, and it stays running even if I flip the... The emitter is off. This is ignoring the redstone. I'm quite convinced that this is ignoring the... You know what? I'm going to take apart... I'm going to regret this. Okay, that wasn't so bad. Redstone high. Bottom is input output. Everything else is none. Factory augment. Oh. Nope, still running. Why? It's definitely off. I can see that the threshold level emitter is off here. This one's on. This one's off. This one has particles. This one does not. Oh! Do the level emitters strongly power the blocks they're pointing to? Is this furnace getting powered through the other furnace? I fucking hate redstone. Ugh. Sorry. This is not such a big problem that it deserves me to be this upset. It's just like one of those little things. Yeah, there's really nothing I can do about this except spread the furnaces out further, is there? What a pain in the butt. The problem is spreading out the furnaces further means I need to reconfigure them all. All right, we'll do it. It's what we got to do. It's what we got to do. Oh, except these ones actually do need to be next to each other because they're running uraninite. Ugh. Because uraninite is a two-step process for reasons. Yeah, and this doesn't have a configuration, so I can't set it to... All right. How do I want to do this? Here, I'm going to grab power out from everywhere first. Because that's going to be the easiest. What? Oh, I named you. I don't know why I named you. All right, and now we need to start moving things around. Nope, not what I should have done. I have a wrench for a reason. Yep, it turned off as soon as that level emitter was gone. Could just have one point and a cable running through the middle. That is true. And also, since level emitters don't use channels, I can be more compact with my level emitter layout if I wanted to, although that would be in the space where I would want to put a power cable, so whatever. Yeah, so I just gotta spread everything out 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, like separate from each other. Or zigzag above below, yeah. I mean, I probably will zigzag above below, but I was gonna add another layer anyway. This just kind of forces my hand to do that a little bit sooner because I don't want to extend this super wide. So this one is uranium. Yep. So the next one is here. Let's do I'm going to have to reconfigure all of these. Export bus, interface. So you are going to get set to Uranite 2, 1. And what do these need? Factory augments first, so I can actually tell what's going on with them. Auto output is on, but the output on this one is to the right. The bottom is just an input. This one is funny for the uraninite because it has to be double smelted. And then this is going to be uraninite gears, exporting. And we are at... Now this says we have 3 blocks of uraninite 5X. Oh, right. Why aren't you exporting into this? I don't know. I'll figure it out in a minute. And then here, not this one, this one. And you are going to be all the modium. This one will never turn off. Bottom's input output, follow the redstone signal, auto split on. You output all the modium gear blocks. Yeah, this should be... Should this not be exporting? Should this not be filled? They should all be filled when they're not running. Yeah, why are you not? I mean, I know you're an export bus, not an import-export bus, but that should be fine. Do I need auto input on this one for some reason? Not sure. Anyway, let's get, let's get these hooked up to power. Yeah, you are no longer Redstone Generator. That's a silly name for you. Definitely bypass limit. You are Geor smelting. Yeah, so all the modium is running as we expect it to. This import-export bus just needs to finish clocking itself up to speed. But yeah, I'm really not sure why this export bus isn't doing what it's supposed to do. Okay, there we go. It's running now. Did I power the very last furnace? No, but we're gonna move all the furnaces on this side around anyway, so... I guess I can power this one on this end, actually. We may as well. Alright. So, what are we doing? One of these two gets moved here, and the other one gets moved on top, I think is the way this is going to go. I think just this row is going to end up being furnaces or furnace. Definitely furnaces, like, objectively. But furnace is more fun. Import-export bus. Furnace explodes everywhere. Do we think we have to offset? No, this is far enough away, right? These are powering in opposite directions? Yeah. I was like, surely this has to at least work. And it does. Now it is top is input output. Everything else is none. Redstone high, auto output, auto split. Cables. All right. And then I'm going to need some... What color is this? Just green. Normal green. Import-export bus. Acceleration cards. Diamond Geor. And we do have... invert the redstone signal. Yeah, sorry. It defaults to being, like, redstone on when the condition is met, which... We have everything for Vibranium. I just have to do it. That's why I wanted to get the quartz and I think the emerald geors, because we need them for Vibranium. Quartz, uraninite, diamond, uranium, emerald, iron, more uraninite, and gold. So yeah, quartz and emerald we needed. And then the crystalline ingots are done in the extended crafting grid, which I haven't even looked at yet, from all of this stuff. So we got to get both of these things, the elite crafting table and the ender crafting table. Yeah, it's not bad, especially if I just do it by hand. But I want to get them... unobtainium is vanilla, or not vanilla, normal. It is found in the end in small quantities. I just have to have vibranium tools in order to mine it. Oh, you know what? Well, whatever. How does one go to the end? There was an end cake, but now I have a waystone. It's literally the only other waystone. Is the end. Nope. There are gears for them. Once we make our first 81 vibranium the hard way, I think it's 81. Yeah, 9 blocks, so 81 vibranium. And then same for unobtainium. I think it's 9 blocks for all the mods. Yeah. But like getting 81 unobtainium, yes, I've got Fortune 5. Well, not on this one. This one is Silk Touch. I need to make one with Fortune 5. But yeah, I honestly, all the modium you get just by getting up to netherite tier sifting. That gives you all the modium. And then from there, vibranium, I think, is the hardest step. All right. Now that these are all running not running passively, I can upgrade them to blasting augments. And all that means is that when they do turn on, when my, threshold drops below a 5x block of any of these things, they will convert the gears more quickly. Yeah. Okay, I need to get lapis, emerald, and quartz set up. Those are the 3 that I just did the gears for that I have not done here. So that's 3 blasting upgrades, 3 factory upgrades, 3 all the modium ferni. Oh. Okay. Yep. Do I want to make more nether seeds, or do I just want to turn off the freaking soul sand sifting for now? You know what? Let's just turn this way down. Because we don't need that much for the furnace. Yeah, we need a whole 8. Which step needs nether essence? Oh, we need soul sand for this. Okay. Funny. Yeah, we don't have to be running this. It's nice to have the dust and the soul sand both running because they both are needed for glowstone, and we use heaps of glowstone for some things. But it's not a big deal if the soul sand is running super slowly for a little while. I just have to let it fill up with, well, I guess I could do this. And now we should, yeah, there we go. Oh, except I need 2 more of those. Cool. And now we can turn this back on. And I'm going to need, what else do I need? I need 3 more import-export buses. And I need 3 more threshold emitters. And that should be everything. Oh, acceleration cards. Something didn't get its acceleration cards. Probably you. Oh no, you have them. Copper? We have acceleration cards. Cool. My inventory is a mess, as always. Oh, and I need more nitro cable. That was a much faster craft than I expected it to be, if I'm being entirely honest. Alright, so... Did I properly set up emerald and lapis and quartz with block of emerald 5x, block of lapis 5x? I'm assuming I did quartz correctly as well, wherever quartz is hiding. Block of quartz 5x, yep. It's locked to move because it has inventory for cards. Yeah, I saw that. So you're going to be quartz. This one will be... Oh, and... emerald. And... lapis. All right, and all of those do... think they need to be on right now, which is almost certainly correct. Auto split, auto output, top is input output, everything else is nothing, redstone high. Cool. And then these each get... Excuse me. Are we really doing this? Oh, these are the wrong cables. Those are dense cables. Those are dense cables. Let's make some normal cables. I'm like, why can't I attach the thing? That's because they're the wrong cables. There it goes. So we've got quartz. I think you can shift left click to disable all. Interesting. Was this one lapis or emerald? I already forget what order I did. Emerald. And lapis. Yeah, all of these are gonna... Hey, Dog of Chaos. Thanks for the lurk. Yeah. If we check for, like, lapis, it's gonna be quite a while before we've got lapis up to 5x blocks. Because we're just now, like, turning it on full speed. Same with emerald, although emerald's already up to a 3x. Yeah, and quartz... Yeah, we're up to a 4x. And these are all, at the moment, running with the blasting augments. But I believe they will reach a point where they're going faster than the gears can be mined with the blasting augments, and they will start flickering, just like all the Modium does, having its little party over here. Okay, that was... The denser layout using those center regions really, how many channels are we using now? 16. It's halfway full. So I think the thing to do, I want to push towards Vibranium. That's really what I want to be doing. I don't know if it's the best thing to do, but it's what I want to do. So Vibranium is made in the Ender Crafter, which, like, I have one, but it's not the automated one, and I want to get the automated one going. So that's gonna be the first thing, is improving my Ender Crafter. Need one alternator in the 7x7 area with the Ender Crafter as the center. But they come in pairs. Anyway, I need to make an auto Ender Crafter. Manually craft 81 and then I have the Geor. Yeah, that is kind of the plan. If I want to do the auto Ender Crafter, we need crystalline and redstone components. We need black iron. Okay, that's easy. So yeah, we want to get the auto Ender Crafter. That's the for sure the thing that we want to do. But if we're gonna get various, yeah, we're gonna need the crystalline ingots to make the auto Ender Crafter, which means we've got to get the elite crafter set up first. Okay, and even the auto elite crafter needs a couple of crystalline components, so I have to make the normal elite the normal elite crafter first. Fine. Yeah, there's tiers, and I'm not happy about it. Okay, let's just start getting patterns in. Elite crafter is the first one. And again, to make the auto, we need crystalline. And to make crystalline, we need the elite crafter. So we have to do the basic one first. Do I actually have block of diamond as a recipe step? I do. Ooh. Apparently twice. Certus quartz blocks should also be automatic compressing, right? From my... Where's my bulk storage for Certus? No, that's charged Certus. Where's regular Certus? Yeah, Certus block. Okay. So yes, we don't need block of Certus anymore. Yeah, I noticed that with mech. You were just kind of... Invar block is fine. Entro block is fine. Fluix block? Do I have Fluix passive? I don't think I do. I think we're making Fluix on demand. Okay. Copper block we don't need anymore. I think those are the only ones. That's all that's jumping out at me. Not that it, like, really matters, but... We don't need to be crafting diamond blocks because we have blocks of diamond accessible in storage, right? It should honestly just never choose to use that recipe because it would rather break down the diamond blocks to make diamonds, but... Alright, advanced crafting table. Oh god, yeah, there's tiers to this. Yeah, no, we do not have... And I know I can right-click on that to go in the other direction. I always forget. Alright, so those are the 3 crafting tables. Now I have to get all the, like, crafting components figured out. Black iron slate is 2 black iron ingots. Alright. Black iron ingot is black dye and iron. That's fine. The other thing we need is the basic component. Oh god, what's luminescence? Fine. It's glowstone and gunpowder and redstone. I'm fine with that. And that just leaves the basic catalyst, which is okay. That's fine. Let's get, from the beginning, a bunch of this stuff in. All right, and now if I put this in, it should think that, like, yeah, it has everything. Good. Move up to the next tier. I'm assuming this is going to be, like, basically the same thing. Yeah, the advanced components just want gold. And the advanced catalyst is advanced components. Cool, that's easy. And then same thing, just with diamonds. I just overwrote that pattern. No, I didn't. Yes, I did. All right. So now... Cool. I love AE2 sometimes. I know I've been having a lot of trouble with it today. And yes, that has been somewhat frustrating, but like... when it works... Oh, it gave me 2 crystalline components and 2 redstone components. Wait, what do I need for the auto elite? Oh. Quest book, you spoil me. All right, I don't have to make crystalline by hand. We can set up the auto crafter immediately. Thank goodness. Okay. I should get these other patterns like encoded though. All right, so that should be everything but the crystalline ingots that are now encoded. Which we don't need because they gave us 2 now. But to make the crystalline ingots later, we're going to need more. Where do I have channels? I guess I could have channels anywhere I want. That it was the whole point of this subnet thing is that I can have channels anywhere I want them. I just have to really decide. It's less about where I have channels and more about where I have space. Like, where do I want to set this up? I'm bringing blue across, right? Yeah. So we could do it like right here. Oh, how's this doing, by the way? All right. Polonium is backed up. This is not quite backed up on its output, but it's very close. This is backed up on its output and is still filling up here. Okay. So we do have to keep an eye on this. I need both of these to be full, and then we can scram the reactor, drain this into another nuclear waste barrel, and then turn these machines on, and they should flush out, and then we can start thinking about, well, we'll leave the reactor scrammed at that point for a little while until I set up the, whatever it is, HDPE chain that I need. Yeah. For now, I'm going to bring... Oh, I turned off my magnet because it was annoying me. And now I'm like, hey, I want a magnet. Already lost track of my hole. There we go. And then we can just throw a peer-to-peer right here, pull a dense cable off of it, and we've got 32 channels that we can do whatever we want with. This was such a pain to set up, but when it works right, having all your ME on peer-to-peers like this makes getting channels where you need them so easy. What am I looking for? My memory card. I couldn't remember the memory card. What are you going to be called? Elite crafting out. Find an unused channel. Elite crafting in. Find. Okay. It is, once again, has been another hour. Wow. I am going to, as usual, step away and get a little bit of water during the ad break. I recommend everyone else also take the opportunity to hydrate, take care of yourselves as human beings. And when we return, I'm going to try to get this Elite Crafter automated, which hopefully won't be too hard. And then once we have Crystaltine, we should be able to do the... whatever it's called. Vibranium, that one. I'll see everybody in just a few minutes. Welcome back. All right, I'm trying to talk to my chat. Also, I'm sitting on 1,000 levels. I think that must have been from when I moved some of the furnaces, right? Because those furnaces have how much experience in them? There we go. Control, store all levels. Casual 1,300 experience levels. Nice. Anyway, I was saying, it looks like the only thing we really need this for is the crystal teen. So hopefully it won't be too weird to automate. I'm assuming that I can't. All right, so I have to save the recipe. Can I do this from here with like drag and drop? No, I can't drag and drop in this view. If I take this, and I want to encode this, yeah, this says all of these things make that. And that's fine. That lives in here. If I then say, craft me a crystal teen. It is not doing what I wanted. Okay, I was hoping it would just put all the parts in there. But I think I'm going to have to pull them out by hand. This is annoying. All right, crystal teen needs what? 10 lapis, 8 diamonds, 4 iron, 4 gold, and 2 nether stars. All right. Whatever, we'll just grab a stack of everything. Because it comes out in stacks. This is the magic of the bulk cells and their auto compression, by the way. That's the wrong row, isn't it? I think it wants to be here and here. The nether stars are... Wait, what? There we go. Save this. Now that it's saved... Sure, I'll take the 4 of them. Will this accept the inputs now that it has been saved? I should put this in blocking mode, by the way. Okay, now the recipe is selected. But the pattern provider is still not inputting. Does it need power before it will accept items? Is that the issue? Sure, not what I meant to do, but whatever. I obviously don't know how this works. Yeah. I really wanted this to be automatic. Like, it doesn't have to be. I can do it by hand. I can just make a bunch of crystalline. But it would be nice if this was automatic. Like, is this directional? Does it need to be fed from the top and output from the bottom? Is it one of those? Let's see if I can find some documentation on extended crafting. Yeah. Placing a chest on top of a table with a recipe selected will enable auto-insert functionality. Okay, so yes. It does need to be fed from the top, and it wants to pull, which is interesting. That's fine. We just gotta do a little shenanigans. So, I guess we need to subnet this, don't we? Do I have barrels? I have barrels. And if we're gonna subnet this, I need another color. Eeny, meeny, miny, Merple. So, what we're gonna need is this comes up here to the extended provider, which will output to a barrel on top of the auto thingy. Below that, we will subnet with a import bus and a storage bus. And then power it again. It's got the selected recipe. Let's put our thing in. So now if I say we want crystalline, okay. We have 4 items, but they did not come out the bottom. Why not? I have an import bus. No, I don't. I don't have power. There they go. They're a little bit slow. We can fix that. All right. Well, that's awful. I hate it. But it does appear that we can now make crystalline on demand. Cool. And I probably should not have put my pickaxe in there. Oh, and at some point, I did the thing again where I accidentally get rid of my time in a bottle. Yeah, we've been streaming for 5 hours, and this has accumulated 2 hours. So that's great. I keep dumping it when I wipe my inventory. Can this go in like a bauble slot so I don't... Probably not, huh? That would be too easy. Alright, I'll just have to be careful with it. I also got rid of my clipboard. And my carrots, all of which I need. Okay, next I want the automatic ender crafter, which we should be able to just encode and make now. Done. Auto ender crafter. I'm going to hook this up around here as well, just because why not? So this is going to be the same thing, right? We have to save the pattern for the Vibranium. And then... diamond, uranium, quartz, emerald, iron, and gold. We don't have emerald gears yet. Nope, there they are. Yep, we're missing iron, emerald. I can turn off emerald smelting briefly though. How would I do that? I just take the level emitter off, is how I do that. Oh, this is going to have the same problem as this, right? Where I'm going to have to pull stuff out the bottom and, like, do the same thing. So let's pick it all up. Did I get it wrong? I probably got it wrong. All right, 1x Vibranium ingot. Recipe saved. Hopefully I don't have to do that again. Yeah, I'm going to set up another thing that's basically this. Actually, we'll just do it right here. Bop. Got another barrel. Let's get them facing the same way, because it looks better. Totally not necessary, but it looks better. We need a provider. And set up like so. We're gonna need pink cable. To hook up to the provider. We are going to need the purple cable for the subnet. A quartz fiber to power the subnet. And a storage bus. An import bus. The acceleration cards. Okay. You remember the Vibranium ingot recipe, which is great. You are powered, which is great. You need the ender alternators around you. Endercrafter, blah, 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 blah. Place the Endercrafter in world. Any alternators placed within a 4-block radius will increase the crafting speed. Okay. So, like, if I want to make more of these... Apparently I never patterned them. I should maybe do another pass at defragmenting the crafting patterns, but oh well. It's fine. I should be able to make another, like, well, maybe not that many, but a bunch more. And honestly, I probably shouldn't have put these right next to each other, but it needs a flux point hooked up to it anyway, so, like, whatever. Let's do, I'm assuming that this works if I just pack these around this. You are in default blocking mode. That's fine. So if I throw all this stuff back in here, we need to encode vibranium ingots. Sure. I don't think the shape of the crafting grid matters for the encoding because it's handled by this, I hope, when it imports. So now, if I say I want to make 81 of these stupid things... Okay, it's running. I do see the ender alternators. Maybe only 3 of them? Do they need to be exposed to the sky for them to work? Is that a thing? It doesn't say that in the documentation for extended crafting, but I would totally believe if it's a thing. Alright, let's see if we can speed this up some more. Oh no, I see these ones. Maybe they are all working? I don't know how to tell if I should be making, like, a dense box of ender alternators, or if I should be doing this some other way. It is definitely very slow, though, for those initial ingots. I think this is going to require denser sand, too. Yeah, this needs a 5x sand. Which is probably why I used to have cobble recipes up to 5x set, because they were effectively what I needed for the gears. I could craft cobble up to as dense as I needed it, and then break it down. Yeah, I'm gonna need a lot more sand if I want to do. Well, let's just get. Do we get the compressed sand recipes in? I think that's what I need to do. I think I also need more. Why are you in there? Were you a duplicate? No. Somehow you ended up not in the system. Boop. Anyway, let's make some more blank patterns because I need them. And let's encode re 4 and 5. Hey, this can actually do it. All right, cool. Both of these are going to take a minute, but they have totally different inputs, so it should be fine. Oof, we're dipping into the fire seeds. We ran out of fire essence. But that is fine. That's why we enable that processing step. This is just slow. I don't know how to make this less slow other than a bunch more ender alternators, which I hate. I hate to just make a box of ender alternators, but it seems like it's what I'm going to have to do. Just make me a stack of them. They're fast. Let's do it. And if these are, in fact, like, limited by, like, needing to view the sky or something, then they really need to fix the documentation for this mod. It seems awkward that this is the intended way to do this, and maybe it's just because we have effectively unlimited resources. So, like, these aren't that expensive to me. Whereas Eyes of Ender might be more expensive in a different mod pack situation than this one. All right, the problem is, can I... Is that going faster? I mean, kinda. I could do, I think, one more layer all around this and have it work. That's a lot. And I already hate the way this looks. I don't want to make it bigger. Although one more layer all the way around would have it basically totally encased, which is funny. I should be able to grab the first of these, though. Pop the quest. Yay! Okay. I don't want to do anything with this until I have... I don't want to do anything with this until I have my first Geor. Because that's when it's infinite, really. I don't want to have to... I don't want to have to use this recipe ever again. Honestly, I might not even leave this set up. I guess I could tear this down once we have the Geor, right? Like, what else do we need the Endercrafter for? Some productive trees. Oh, this is how I make flawless budding Certus. Okay, that's somewhat useful. The Uraninite Geor was in this. Enhanced Ender Ingot. Which is used for some weird things. But not a lot. A bunch of the extended AE stuff looks like is gated behind the enhanced ender ingots. Yeah, so maybe we need to leave this here. This just feels awful. Like, is this really the best way to speed this up? Just make piles and piles of these ender alternators in a big old box. Well, if this is the way to do it, this is the way to do it. And we're just gonna accept it. I actually can go one higher even. You know what? I should be able to do this with a... bonk. I maintain that this is stupid. How many more do I need? 11. They don't come in odd numbers. Oh, nope, these ones aren't making particle effects. Oh, it's done. Well, maybe this had an effect after all. All right. Well, go me. It does work this way. So, with our Vibranium, all but one of them, how are we doing at compressing sand? We halted. We halted again. Oh. Ha. I bet that halted on this. I never actually made this work. So if it was trying to make... Yeah. Yeah, I never did actually get the seed reprocessor properly set up and verify that I had it working right. So that's the issue. It was trying to make seeds, or trying to turn seeds into essence, and that setup doesn't work. I think, maybe. Because if I... Yeah, let's cancel that. Let's cancel both of those. Okay. If I pull this out, it's going to say, no, I can't do it, right? It's going to say we don't have enough... Yeah. Don't have enough fire essence, can't do it. So it does... I do need to get the seed reprocessing working then. Is this one of those things that can only be fed from the top or the sides as well? Like, is that what I'm missing here? Because this doesn't look like it's even... We're not even ending up with the stuff in the input. So that seems like this is just wrong. Let's Google it. Seed reprocessor, mystical agriculture. Doesn't say on... Items can only be input via pipes conduits through the top side of the seed reprocessor. Items can only be extracted via the bottom. Okay. Yes. So this needs to be just redone. Fine. Let's do it. I don't know. We'll just do it here then. And then out the bottom, we are going to need an import bus and a storage bus. And I've got some cables, so that's fine. And we need acceleration cards. How did I end up with not a multiple of 8 of these? Does something somewhere have like 3 cards in it? Probably. Okay. So now if we put this pattern in, and I want to make my 5x sand, it's like 2 craft, a whole bunch. And yet, we are not crafting, despite... This now being on the top. Oh, it's not pointed the right way. Okay, they are running. They're slow, but that's fine. We can make upgrades. I don't have Awakened Supremium yet, do I? Because that's a whole process. But I should be able to do a normal Supremium. All right, we're going to have to do some MA shenanigans with our planning, though. Supremium machine upgrade needs the previous tier of machine upgrade and also the ingots. The ingots are just made from prosperity ingots. Okay, that's fine. And the previous tier upgrade. Ingots. And the previous tier upgrade. And yep, as always, this will not figure out how to use multiple infusion crystals in parallel, which stinks. So it's going to take a minute for this to actually get the thing all the way built up. But once I drop this in, that'll speed up the other craft quite a bit. Oh, I can put this threshold back in for, what is this? Emerald? Tedious. I should add more fire seeds to be grown automatically. That way we're not as reliant on processing fire seeds to get essence. But really, this is just still a side effect of us not yet having the infinity soul sand cell. Which does need a lot of soul sand, to be clear. This is nonsense, but the rest of this we can make happen. Getting 6x soul sand, I'm probably gonna have to turn off the soul sand sieving entirely so we can buffer enough nether and fire essence for that. We almost done here? Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, because it won't accept more than one of the crystals, it won't ever figure out how to ME import bus doesn't work here? Really? I mean, I guess this doesn't have to be ME, does it? This can be any... Let's see if pipes can do it. Oh, I just didn't put power in that subnet. I'm an idiot. Do I want to put the ME back, or do I just want to use pipes? I'll put the ME back. It's just not powered. That's all. And the way we are going to power it is with the usual. Grab some more cable, grab some more quartz fiber. How and why are you using 3 channels? Oh, because that quartz fiber was in the wrong place. Love it. Love to see it. Okay, this is working now, though. It's still not fast. Yeah, if we're going to want a 6x soul sand block, we are definitely... I'm just going to turn this off entirely. And I'm going to hope that nothing we get from soul sand is super important right now. Because, yeah, we can make a 1x, but to get a 6x soul sand block is going to take a lot of crafting. Really, this is only slow because of the fire essence that it's crafting up. So I think if we just let it save up enough fire essence while we're, like, bootstrapping Vibranium and then unobtainium to have the ingots we need for the various unlimited cells, like, I think we're fine. Yeah, this is literally just bottlenecked by this process. This is the... Probably about 20 seconds at the rate it seems like it's going. This says 30, but it's moving down quickly. Its whole estimate is screwed up because it was previously... Oh, how's nuclear doing, by the way, Brennan? Oh, did I get here, like, just in time? I think I got here just in time. Okay, perfect. Scram the reactor. Yeah, so this pipe has all of our nuclear waste in it. So I need another... Another waste barrel, which I have. And I need a couple of ultimate pressurized tubes. Boom. Nuclear waste. So now all of this is safe to take apart. And if I start powering these, in theory, all the ratios work out, and hopefully we end up with enough, with no more waste sitting in the machines. And at that point, we can reconfigure this stuff to be trying to make the stuff we're going to need as input to the SPS for antimatter. Ultimately, antimatter is the goal. And then this will decay if I don't do anything with it, so that might be what we just let it do. Okay, we have our sand, and we need our Vibranium. I probably could have turned this into blocks. It would have been a little bit easier. What's going on in my quest book here? Okay, I picked up something. Oh, Vibranium is apparently an armor trim material. And something in mystical agriculture. Oh, machine upgrades. Sure. That's something that I definitely care about. Once we get the first one of these in, we can... Well, we'll start making a lot more Vibranium, slowly but surely. And then we can make the other 3 pretty easily. And then we got to set up the Vibranium upgrade loop the same way that other upgrades were set up. So the Vibranium Geore can come right down here. I guess we will tuck it in here. Before we can set that up, I do need to configure the cells. I'm not convinced that switching to bulk cells has actually made my life easier. I think I spend more time dealing with configuring bulk cells than I would have done dealing with, like, drawer upgrades and other things like that. Oh, one of them is done. This does need a... Actually, both of them are going to need compression upgrades. So this one will go to the Vibranium Geore. And we do want this one to compress to the block, because Vibranium, I believe, is just like all the Modium. Yeah. And you need a block of Geore to make a nugget, which is stupid. So that's how that one has to be set up. And then the other one needs to be Vibranium nuggets all the way up to 5x, because that's our standard. And that goes in this drive. All right. Now we got to get all the stuff. Some annihilation planes would be cool. A storage bus. An ME interface. White cable. Glass cable, which apparently I need more of. I feel like I always need more glass cable. Quartz fiber. Cool. That should be it. Let's, first things first, enchant the... Enchant the annihilation planes, because we really want fortune. And then this has to be set up to make sure everything is isolated. Good. There we go. Annihilation plane there. The other ones are going to go... Can I fit through here? Oh, I can. Well, no, not really. I might not be able to put the other ones in place. Yeah, I need a block to put them on top of. That's fine. The storage bus goes here. Oh, right. Storage buses don't need acceleration cards, Brandon. Come on. Vibgeor. There. That hooks up to this ME interface, which kisses here. And now this should be able to start doing its thing. Yeah. Now, we just have to set it up over here. And it will be, I guess, exactly the same as the Allthemodium setup. What do we got going here? Lapis, emerald, quartz has backed up. Cool. And if I check this, Lapis is up to 1 5x block. Cool, so like halfway done. Emerald is up to 1 5x block, so also like halfway done. Okay. We are going to need Allthemodium furnace. We are going to need augments. We are going to need a threshold level emitter. And we are going to need a input export bus. And I think that's it. Oh, and some green cable. That... Oh no, that's right. I was just very close. So, upper threshold 2, lower threshold 1, enable, Vibranium, 5x. Auto output is on, top is input output. Oh, whoops. Yeah, if you shift-click the center, it's reset all. Interesting. Although that does work for our purposes. And then top is input-output. And then this does need acceleration. Oh, we're outputting the wrong thing. Not the shards in this case. Has to be the blocks of Vibranium Geore. Which we do have a bunch of. So it should be able to figure itself out. What do I have here? Yep, block of all the Modium ore, 4 acceleration cards. Input output, redstone high, auto output on. Auto split on. There we go. Nope. Oh, yeah, okay, it's running. They're just smelting so fast I can't even see anything appearing in the furnace. But yeah, we've got 9... almost 10 Vibranium ingots now. Yay! Or 2 blocks of Vibranium. I need a lot more before I can add the rest of the Geores. But I think we can start working on the next thing that needs to be updated, which is passiving the Vibranium smithing templates. So this is based on having a storage bus that reads in the templates from their output slots here, and then an export bus that pushes the ingredients needed to duplicate the templates here. We can see to duplicate Vibranium, we need all the Modium ingot and ancient stone. So all the Modium ingot is fine. Ancient stone is, maybe not? This might be a... soul lava. Under a block of all the Modium. Okay. No, we won't need any fancy crafting for the Vibranium upgrade template. You'll need an all the Modium upgrade, 7 all the Modium ingots, and a block of Vibranium for the first one. Yeah, that's this. And then future ones, we need the ancient stone. And it looks like ancient stone. Is there even a quest involving it? There is. Here we go. Ancient stone. With soul lava, we can make ancient stone. Use blue ice instead of packed ice, and you can use oxidized copper? Oh, yeah. Huh. I mean, that's fine. I can make a block of all the modium. I don't care. Is the soul lava... The soul lava... Oh, source block is consumed. Okay. Oh, but it's not consumed if we use the blue ice. All right. Understood. So we do want an oxidized copper block. I don't know if there's an easy way to oxidize in this. Probably not. Oh, yeah, here we go. Mechanism chemical injection chamber can take weathered copper to oxidized copper with flint. And then probably the same thing from exposed and from... Okay, so we could set up a chemical injection chamber to make that block for us. Because, like, we have blue ice. We have unlimited ice. It's not as fast as I would like it to be, but, like, we have unlimited ice. I don't know if it's started to buffer yet. It has not buffered yet, which may mean that we're actually still slowly draining our ice reserves. Maybe. I probably should switch to just doing mystical agriculture for ice and move on with my life. As much as I don't want to. That's probably the better choice. But I think all of those are things for the future. We got our first Vibranium. We do have more Vibranium Gears to do. So I'm going to hit erase here, and let's figure out what we need. We need improved ice. We want to do ancient stone generator. We want to have... I mean, that's it, right? Improved ice, ancient stone generator, vibranium, smithing... Oh, all of these need to be above the other things. Can I do that easily in this? Like, if I go to, like, the start of the line and hit enter, does this sort of? So yeah, we need better ice, ancient stone generator, vibranium smithing templates. And then the next step is unobtainium. And then beyond that, I really don't know. But that is the agenda for next week. So thanks, everybody, for tuning in. I really appreciate it. If you find this on YouTube and want to watch live, there is a link to my Twitch down in the description. Always appreciate having folks pop in and chat about the pack while I'm playing. Yeah, we're gonna keep chugging. We will get unobtainium next week for sure. I don't see how we wouldn't. And then from there, well, some things get easier, some things get harder. But being able to start making the various infinity cells is going to be really nice, and that'll get us we'll make a lot of other things, a lot of other resource generation easier once we have a lot of the infinity cells. So that's kind of been the path that I'm on, is like get to infinity cells, get all the basic resource generation going really well, and then you know, we can start pushing through figuring out the prerequisites for the star once we feel like we have a sufficient factory. But yeah, that'll be in the future. So thanks again for tuning in, and I'll see everybody next time.